was fined about $8,000. The rulings come a day after owners of WhatsApp and Snapchat were also fined. The rulings come a day after owners of WhatsApp and Snapchat were fined. Russia has already banned various social media apps like Facebook and Instagram and even Twitter after the conflict in Ukraine began. The finding of more tech giants is seen as a tactic by Russia to exert greater control over data and information flows. Agency report, Republic TV.
And that's all in this edition of the news. But up ahead, after back-to-back cash hauls, Mamata expels her minister Partha from the government and the party. Stay tuned for all the details on that. After Union Minister Smriti Irani demanded an apology from the Congress on the sexist remark, the Congress continued to justify sexism in the most shameful way. The Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said that he will not apologize to the BJP and further said, "What if I said it?"
Srimati Sonia Gandhi should come before the nation and apologize to the Rashtrapati and also to the entire country for the insult that her own leader.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Top stories at 7 a.m. viewers. Another incident of hate killing in Karnataka. Another youth brutally hacked to death in Bengaluru. MiG-21 aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashes near the Bhimda village in Barmer. MiG-21 aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashes near the Bhimda village in Barmer. Both pilots suffer fatal injuries. After colourful opening ceremony at the Alexander Stadium, Birmingham, 22nd Commonwealth Games to kickstart today. And after back-to-back cash hauls, Mamata expels her minister Partha from the government and from the party. It's China versus the US over Taiwan, and she tells Biden China's position on Taiwan remains consistent. Hello and welcome viewers.
Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I am Priyanka Sharma. We are looking at this morning and all the roundup of all the big news that is making updates. And we are in the latest from Mathura, getting you another viral video that has come to light where a teacher is seen, in fact, making the students walk over a bridge made of chairs for the lady teacher to enter the waterlogged school. And now the teacher is also being brought to book is what we are getting in the latest. Now this is yet another video that has come to light from Mathura, viewers, and we are tracking for you all the latest when it comes to the action that will also be taken against the teacher. But you can see how the students had been made to make a bridge of chairs so that the teacher could enter into this waterlogged school as well. The visuals are on your screens as to how the teacher had made the children make this bridge made out of chairs. Now viewers, also tracking for you all the latest when it comes to the investigation being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate in Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. Now new raids were also being carried out by the ED after just 24 hours, post which they had seized heaps of cash from Arpita's residence as well. Let's take a look on what's happening on that front.
With Mamata Banerjee dumping Partha Chatterjee as the Bengal cash scam explodes, stripping him of his ministerial post and suspending him from the party. The ED is turning up the heat on Partha's aide Arpita Chatterjee following the money trail in the teachers' recruitment scam. Exactly a week ago, we showed you the rupees 21.9 crore mega cash haul and gold ornaments worth rupees 76 lakh were recovered from Arpita's Tollygunj flat. And on Wednesday, we showed you another unfathomable amount of cash stacked together amounting to rupees 27.9 crore in hard cash and gold and jewellery rupees 4.31 crore that was recovered in raids from a residence in West Bengal's Belghoria town. With the rupees 50 crore mark now being breached, with total recoveries amounting to rupees 53.21 crore, the ED continued to follow the money laundering trail, breaking open the locks at Arpita's flats at Chinar Park area in Kolkata. Searches were carried out along with the central forces. With Partha and Arpita in ED custody till August 3rd and ED raids leaving the TMC red-faced over its corrupt neta, the big question is, how deep does the rot run? Will more skeletons tumble out? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now viewers, we did see the kind of visuals that had come to life of heaps of cash that had been recovered, but the political ramifications of this kind of an investigation were also very certain. The TMC had from the very beginning tried to maintain distance from Partha Chatterjee, but now since back-to-back raids are being carried out, the TMC has finally suspended Partha Chatterjee from all posts from the party. Let's take a look.
In a massive Republic impact, the Trinamool Congress has removed Partha Chatterjee from all the posts and suspended him from primary membership of the party. The Mamata Banerjee-led government had earlier sacked Partha Chatterjee as a minister. TMC General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee in a press conference announced that Partha, an accused in the SSC recruitment scam, was suspended till the probe into the matter was underway.
আজকে শৃঙ্খলা রক্ষা কমিটির যে বৈঠক ছিল সেখানে আমরা যারা উপস্থিত ছিলাম একে একে সবাই নিজের কথা বলেছে, জানিয়েছে এবং সর্বসম্মতিক্রমে সিদ্ধান্ত হয়েছে যে দলের সমস্ত পদ থেকে পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়কে উইথ ইমিডিয়েট এফেক্ট অপসারিত করা হয়েছে।
Speaking on Arpita Mukherjee, from whose house huge amount of money was recovered, Abhishek Banerjee said that she did not belong to Trinamool. Apart from Abhishek Banerjee, other TMC leaders such as Saugata Roy also distanced themselves from Arpita.
ईडी जांच कर रहे हैं, वो जो करेंगे वही होगा। हम तो चाहते हैं कि जल्दी इसको इन्वेस्टिगेशन कंप्लीट हो।
पार्टी से साइड लाइन क्यों नहीं हो रही? इस पूरे मामले से अपने आप को अलग क्यों नहीं कर रही कि भाई पार्टी निकाल देता है?
पार्टी तो अलग कर लिया। पार्टी बोला कि अर्पिता को साथ पार्टी का कोई ताल्लुक नहीं है, इस पैसे के साथ भी पार्टी का कोई ताल्लुक।
और पार्थो को
However, BJP chief Sukanta Majumdar said that the decision came late and action on the other accusers is still due.
देखिए, पार्थो चट्टोपाध्याय को हटाया गया है सिर्फ बलि का बकरा बनाने के लिए। 2 दिन पहले बोल रहे थे पार्थो चट्टोपाध्याय इन्वॉल्व नहीं है। आप बीजेपी का इतना बड़ा जुलूस देखकर डर के मारे पार्थो चट्टोपाध्याय को हटा दिया। 5 बजे का मीटिंग था, उस मीटिंग में डिसीजन होना था। अभिषेक बनर्जी क्रेडिट लेना चाहता था कि मैं मीटिंग करके उनको हटाऊंगा। उससे पहले जनता का आक्रोश देकर पार्थो चट्टोपाध्याय का प्रीमेच्योर डिलीवरी हो गया।
Meanwhile, West Bengal Chief Minister and TMC President Mamata Banerjee affirmed that action as party's strict action against corruption. The Trinamool Congress, which has already distanced itself from the scam, seems to make its stand clear over the issue. Or as many allege, is Partha merely a scapegoat in the labyrinth of large plot? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now viewers, we are also coming across to some more breaking updates that we are picking up. Now a ballot fitted with the sophisticated GPS integration chip has been recovered in the Dumana area of Jammu. Police has in fact sent the suspected chip for the analysis. Now Trimble Company's antenna company module, or the ACM, recovered with the balloon is what we are learning. Now ACM is used for integration with the GPS receiver to collected GPS data of the area, and the agencies probe security threat angle as well. Now this is the same area where the drone dropped 3 IEDs on 7th of June, and suspected IED was defused by the army on 14th of July as well. So of course the big massive breaking update that we are getting with respect to how a ballot fitted with a sophisticated GPS chip was recovered, and Gursimran, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast with more updates. Gursimran, tell us more about this chip that has been recovered by the authorities, the kind of probe that will be carried out by the authorities as well, because it's Jammu there where the preparation for the elections are in full swing, and amongst that we are seeing this kind of a news break.
There is a balloon that has been recovered fitted with the antenna companion module. This is a specific module of the Trimble company that manufactures the modules for the GPS integration and is used for collecting the GPS data of the specific area. Now that in the Domana area that falls very near to the international border, and several incidents of drone dropping and suspected IEDs have been thwarted by the security forces in the past 2 months, and now this incident coming into fore where a balloon fitted with the ACM of the Trimble company, that is the antenna companion module, has been recovered, and now the agencies are probing where actually this antenna companion module came from, because this module is used for the GPS integration, which is in turn used for collecting the GPS data. So was it a security challenge? Was it meant for some anti-India purpose? That all is being probed. It was sent to the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police yesterday, and now more analysis analysis will be done on this angle. That is the Trimble company's ACM that has been recovered along with the balloon right ahead of the start of the Buddha Amarnath Yatra that started today morning. And important to mention that the Domana falls very near to the Jammu-Poonch National Highway. So was it a terror plot or something else? That all will be probed by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the further investigation that is being carried out.
Of course, Gursimran there getting us all the updates. Gursimran, we trust you to keep us ahead on that developing story. Moving on now, viewers, to back-to-back breaking developments that we are tracking for you from Kochi this time, where a 13-year-old boy had unfortunately lost his life after the ground floor of the double-story house collapsed in Ernakulam district. Now, the deceased was asleep when the house had collapsed. His grandfather was admitted to the hospital after becoming critically injured in this entire collapse, is what we are learning. And there are 7 members of this family who were there at the house at the time of this mishap. And nobody has been injured apart from... Nobody has in fact been injured apart from the boy and the grandfather. And the boy in fact was rushed to the hospital, but he could not be saved, unfortunately. And his grandfather is in the ICU as of now, who had sustained severe head injuries, is what we're learning. Now, viewers, we're tracking for you this unfortunate development from Kochi, where the visuals are on your screens of how a 2-story house had collapsed. And let's take a quick check of the stories from across the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addresses the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai and says that it is a proud moment for the country to host the Olympiad.
It is a chess powerhouse for India. It has produced many of India's chess grandmasters. It is home to the finest minds, vibrant culture, and the oldest language in the world, Tamil.
Speaking at the Chess Olympiad, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed the concept of Atithi Devo Bhava and welcomed all the foreign players and dignitaries in the event.
In India, believe in Atithi Devo Bhava, which means a guest is like a god.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi acclaimed the sporting culture in the country and said that the sports have always been a part of our culture.
Sport has always been considered divine in our culture.
And the Prime Minister will launch the country's first international bullion exchange today. The exchange will facilitate efficient price discovery with the assurance responsible sourcing and quality, apart from giving impetus to the financialization of gold in India. And it's a big boost for country's defense capabilities. India received the first lot of the 2 US-built MH-60R multi-role helicopters at the Cochin International Airport. The third helicopter is scheduled to be delivered in August this year. Remember, in 2020, India made an agreement with the United States government to procure 24 MH-60R multi-role helicopters.
Jammu has been put on alert as the start of the Buddha Amarnath Yatra and ongoing Amarnath Yatra amid the desperate attempts from the Pakistan to vitiate the peace process. The security forces are carrying out round-the-clock vigil to foil any attempt of the enemy on the Yatra or ahead of the anniversary of abrogation of Article 370 and 35 Alpha. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया। मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन राजनीति का प्रतीक है। माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी।
package or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was due with Arpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold vase, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Welcome back, viewers. So now Reva University organized its India Asian Summit of 2022 in its auditorium. Let's take a look as to what happened.
It's a moment of pride for Reva University. The Reva University organized the Indian ASEAN Summit 2022 that was held at university's sprawling Kuvempu Auditorium. Auditorium flanked with university students welcomed diplomats and bureaucrats from Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos at the event. CN Ashwath Narayan, Minister of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood of Karnataka, was also present at the event. At the event, Reva University Chancellor Dr. P. Shyama-Raju was appointed as the Trade Commissioner of Karnataka for India-ASEAN Trade Council.
I am appointed as Trade Commissioner for Asian Trade Commissioner today. Most of the consulates came, visited, participated in the program. This is definitely will give a lot of education. That is as a project for my students. That is the motto for this program.
It is pertinent to note that with its innovative pedagogy, best mentors and faculty with vast industry experience, Reva University strives to offer modern education of global standards. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now viewers, shifting focus to what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir, where the Jammu and Kashmir police and the Indian army could have been seen carrying out rescue operations, where at least 14 children had been also rescued as well. With respect to the flood affected areas, let's take a look as to what's happening on the ground.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
because of the search and seizure powers that we have this stash of cash coming out. Earlier about 21 crores, now 15 crores and counting. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया। मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन राजनीति का प्रतीक है। माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी।
package or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Arpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold vase, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken. In view of that, posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. They're trying to stop the car.
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं।
The headlines in world this morning. Commonwealth Games 2022 to begin today after grand opening ceremony in Birmingham. United States looks at the start of a recession as the economy shrinks again in the second quarter. Moscow court fines the social media giants including Spotify and Tinder for refusing to store users' data domestically. Battle against raging wildfires across Germany and Czech Republic on. Zelensky makes fresh appointments after sacking top ministers from the government. Hello and welcome to World This Morning. I'm Rukma and our top story. The US gross domestic product contracted by 0.9% in the second quarter of this year after a first quarter drop of 1.6%. The United States Commerce Department said this on Thursday in a preliminary estimate that technically places the economy in a possible recession. But the US president says that the economy is slowing down but not in recession.
But before we get started, I want to say two things about the GDP report we received this morning. First, it's important to start with what we know before this morning's report. Our job market remains historically strong. Our economy created more than 9 million jobs since I came to office, in no small part because of the people on this stage. Our economy created more than 1 million jobs in the second quarter, the same period as today's GDP report covers. And our unemployment rate is 3.6%, near a record historic low. Secondly, households and businesses, the engines of our economy, continue to move forward. Just this past week, SK Group from Korea was here at the White House to announce $22 billion in new investment in semiconductors, advanced batteries, and electric vehicle chargers, and medical devices. That's on top of the $200 billion in clean energy investments in America from other businesses since we took office, all powering the strongest rebound in American manufacturing in 3 decades. Now, there's no doubt we expect growth to be slower than last year and the rapid clip we had. But that's consistent with the transition to a stable, steady growth and lower inflation.
Well, thousands welcomed the Queen's baton relay to host City Birmingham on the eve of the Commonwealth Games. A huge celebration with dance, music and performances accompanied the arrival of the ceremonial rod. The baton has been taken on an epic journey across 72 Commonwealth nations and territories during the lead up to the Games. Take a look.
Thousands of cheering people welcomed the Queen's baton relay to host City Birmingham on the eve of the Commonwealth Games. The Commonwealth Games is a multi-sport Olympic-style event made up of mostly former British colonies. The Games are said to be the largest sport event in the UK since the 2012 Olympics. A huge celebration with dance, music and performance accompanied the arrival of the ceremonial rod. The baton has been taken on an epic journey across 72 Commonwealth nations and territories during the lead up to the Games. Among the baton bearers were Birmingham-born comedian Sir Lenny Henry, who carried the torch into City's Victoria Square. Ahead of the Commonwealth Games opening ceremony, Britain's Prince Charles met the organisers, performers and members of the public in Birmingham. Indian women's cricket team held an optional net session on the eve of the opening Group A match against Australia at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham.
I think it will be a great for both batter and bowlers, and I think now it's just time to other than thinking about what is going to happen on the pitch, if we just look at the ball and execute ourselves in the better way, that those things are going to help us. And if I talk about our team combination and all, I think still we have a balanced side, and I know we need to just shuffle our batting order and bowling positions here and there, and then we can make a great combination, and we are working on it.
On the eve of India vs Australia match at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, Team India captain Harmanpreet Kaur claimed that her team was working on a ruthless approach to counter the world champions Australia. The stage is set for the first event of the Commonwealth Games 2022. Team India will be squaring off against world champions Australia in the Edgbaston Stadium in Birmingham today. Agency report, Republic TV.
A Moscow court on Thursday fined the owners of social media services Spotify and Tinder for their alleged refusal to put Russian users' data in servers physically on Russian soil. The court considered a complaint by Russia's state communications regulator, Roskomnadzor, that demanded fines were imposed on the social media services. Here's a report.
In a big showdown over technology, massive fines were imposed by the Moscow court. The Russian courts have fined the owners of social media services, Spotify, Tinder and WhatsApp for the refusal to put Russian users' data in the servers manually on the Russian soil.
Судебным участком 422 Таганского района города Москвы Хромеев, рассмотрев дело 5-13-48/22 административного порушения, предусмотрено частью 8 статьи 13.1 СКО АПРФ в отношении матч-группы ЛСИ, зарегистрирован в соответствии с законодательством Соединенных Штатов Америки, офис которого находится по адресу North Central Expressway Suite, Даллас, Соединенные Штаты Америки, руководство статьями 29.9, 29.1 СКО АПРФ, мировой судья постановил признать матч-группу.
The court considered a complaint by Russia's state communications regulator, Roskomnadzor, that demanded fines to be imposed on the social media services for violating the data storage norms.
Судебным участком номер 422 Таганского района города Москвы Хромеев, рассмотрев дело 5-13-43/22 административного порушения, предусмотрено частью 8 статьи 13.1 Кодекса Российской Федерации административных порушений в отношении Spotify без зарегистрированного в соответствии с законодательством Швеции, с которого находится по адресу Регеринг Гатан 19-153 Стокгольм, Швеция, руководство статьями 29.9, 29.1 СКО АПРФ, мировой судья постановил признать.
Match Group LLC, which owns the dating app Tinder, was fined $34,000, whereas music and podcast streaming service Spotify was fined about $8,000. The rulings come a day after owners of WhatsApp and Snapchat were also fined. The rulings come a day after owners of WhatsApp and Snapchat were fined. Russia has already banned various social media apps like Facebook and Instagram and even Twitter after the conflict in Ukraine began. The finding of more tech giants is seen as a tactic by Russia to exert greater control over data and information flows. Agency report, Republic TV.
And huge wildfires are raging across Germany and the Czech Republic, creating a big wildfire apathy across national parks and natural habitats. Hundreds of firefighters are battling to reduce the blaze, which could lead to more wildlife loss. Here's more.
Large wildfire on the German-Czech border has been spreading and threatening to destroy a forested national park. Czech Republic's Bohemian Switzerland National Park is witnessing the massive rage of wildfire affecting tourists and the natural fauna of the park. Hundreds of the firefighters on both sides of the border battled the flames with the help of reinforcements from neighboring Poland and Slovakia. 8 firefighting helicopters combated the flames in the hilly and rocky region, which was difficult to access. Earlier, 80 people were evacuated from the border town of Repsko and more from the village of Mezna of Czech Republic, where the flames have destroyed or damaged several homes. Czech Prime Minister and Interior Minister visited the area and supervised the rescue operations. Agency report, Republic TV.
Austrian Chancellor Karl Nehammer meets Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban for bilateral talks focusing on migration as well as on the war in Ukraine and its consequences. The meeting of the two leaders came only days after one of Orban's closest associates resigned in protest over what she called a pure Nazi speech given by the Hungarian Prime Minister. A legal complaint with the Paris court has been filed on Saudi Arabia's crown prince in the gruesome 2018 killing of US-based Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Washington-based Democracy for the Arab World now called on French authorities to open a criminal investigation of the Saudi crown prince Mohammed bin Salman, who was scheduled to meet French President Emmanuel Macron. Presidents of South Korea and Indonesia have agreed to boost bilateral cooperation on supply chains, economic security and defense. During their bilateral talks, the two leaders discussed their concerns on North Korea's nuclear and missile threats. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky appoints Andriy Kostin as the new Prosecutor General of Ukraine. Kostin has replaced Iriana Benediktova, who was suspended by Zelensky on the 17th of July. At the appointment ceremony, Kostin said that Ukraine should become a full member of the European Community and the European Union. Parts of the United Arab Emirates was hit by heavy rains, leading to heavy flooding in the cities of Sharjah and Fujairah. UAE authorities have issued warnings to residents to stay indoors and keep away from areas prone to flash flooding. The inclement weather in the UAE is reportedly to last till today. And coming up in a short while, Moscow court finds social media giants including Spotify and Tinder for refusing to store users' data domestically. All the details coming up on World This Morning. Stay tuned. Also up ahead, news on the battle against the raging wildfires across Germany and the Czech Republic.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Because of the search and seizure powers that we have this stash of cash coming out. Earlier about 21 crores, now 15 crores and counting. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया। मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन।
Welcome back. Well, the Commonwealth Games, which kickstart today in Birmingham after a spectacular opening ceremony, has 215 Indian athletes competing across 16 disciplines. Getting you this piece of breaking news, a video tweeted by Union Minister Kiren Rijiju of our contingent marching at the opening ceremony of the Games this year in Birmingham in the UK. The Union Minister said, I quote, very proud to see the most beautiful Indian flag at Birmingham 2022.
In the Commonwealth and home to over 1 billion people.
Well, just to give you an idea of the power of the population size and the market of India, that when Neeraj Chopra, the javelin thrower, won Olympic gold in Tokyo, he became the 7th most searched for sports person in the world on the internet. Sadly, he's pulled out with a groin injury incurred at the World Championships when he took a silver medal behind Anderson Peters of Grenada, and he will be here though.
Yeah, and hoisting the tricolour flag tonight is hockey West Midlands welcome for the most populous nation in the Commonwealth and home to over 1 billion people.
Well, just to give you an idea of the power of the population size and the market of India.
On to other news stories, tension continues to grow between the United States and China as the latter makes it clear that they are opposed to the planned visit to Taiwan of US Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The Chinese ministry has asserted that it will take serious measures if anyone tries to interfere in matters relating to Taiwan. We tell you more in our next report.
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions on China-US cooperation in science and technology.
该法案包含一些限制中美正常科技合作的条款，中方对此表示坚决反对。美国如何发展自己是美国的，是美国自己的事，但不应为中美正常的科技人文交流合作设置障碍。
US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food.
美国大搞单边制裁和关税壁垒，冲击全球供应链和产业链安全，加剧能源、粮食等大宗商品价格飙升，让包括斯里兰卡在内的发展中国家经济金融形势雪上加霜。
This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that none of us has ever said we're for independence when it comes to Taiwan. That's up to Taiwan to decide.
Hitting back at Nancy Pelosi, China firmly opposed to the planned visit to Taiwan. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson said that the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take serious measures to thwart any attempts by external forces to interfere and separate Taiwan. In the midst of tensions, soldiers participated in live-fire military drills amid escalating tensions with China in Taiwan. The military drills have been running every year since 1984 and aim to boost Taiwan's defenses against invading forces. Although this year the event is more significant in light of rising tensions with China. All eyes are on the visit of Nancy Pelosi. If she will visit Taiwan amid the ongoing tensions, it can aggravate the multiple issues including South China Sea crisis. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in sports, four-time world champion Sebastian Vettel will retire from Formula One at the end of the season. Vettel has won all 4 championships with Red Bull between 2010 and 2013 and is third on the all-time list of Grand Prix winners with 53 victories. Here's more on his journey.
An illustrious F1 career. Third on the all-time list of Grand Prix winners with 53 victories. 4 championship titles with Red Bull between 2010 and 2013, with his last race victory with Ferrari in 2019. Sebastian Vettel is all set to retire at the end of the Hungarian Grand Prix. Vettel would now look forward and expect what's next.
I think that's, one of the great things. There's a lot of things that will stay. I mean, a lot of things I will literally turn down. I will not be having the buzz of driving the cars anymore and racing, but the people stay, the friendships I made, the people I got to know, the memories I made. So there's a lot to take away, and yeah, generally I'm looking forward to, like I said, what's next.
He introspects and says that it's time for him to spend time with his kids.
I know how much I can give and dedicate to this sport in order to also, achieve the things I want to achieve. And it also takes a lot of time, and time that you have to, probably at the beginning take away from nowhere else because there's nothing else. But since I grow and things grow around me, my children are growing, it's time away from them and time away maybe from other interests that I've grown.
McLaren driver Daniel Ricciardo expressed his regards for Vettel.
I think just very in tune driver, like very knowledgeable about the car, the team, the sport. Like he's just lived and breathed it. It was like it was everything, and just switched on. Like I know that sounds kind of simple, but it was just he just knew everything that was going on.
Fellow teammate and Red Bull star Max Verstappen said that Vettel is now going to enjoy his life with family.
It's something that, you can see coming. Everyone is getting older. At one point, everyone is retiring. And it's, of course, never nice when that moment arrives, especially, of course, for Seb's fans. But, yeah, these things happen. And I think it's important now that he's just going to enjoy his life with the family, because F1 is such a short period of time in your life that...
Alpine's Fernando Alonso will surely miss Vettel and claimed him to be the legend of the sport.
Yeah, sad news, obviously. We will miss him. I think he's a legend of our sport, not only on track, but also great values outside the car, so we will miss him.
As Vettel finishes his career with accolades and laurels, all eyes are now on the Hungarian Grand Prix, which will be Vettel's last tour. Agency report, Republic TV.
And work was continuing to clear up the damage caused by a landslide in Iran's capital, Tehran. Heavy rain in the early hours had caused flash floods and then landslides in the northwestern part of Tehran, causing damage to Imamzadeh Dawood, a religious shrine in the city. According to Tehran officials, 4 people have been killed and many more are injured. A report.
A landslide triggered by heavy rainfall in Iran's capital has killed at least 4 people. According to state media of Iran, heavy rain caused flash floods which later triggered landslides in the northwestern part of the capital, Tehran.
این اتفاق کلاً ظرف 20 دقیقه افتاد.
A religious shrine, Imamzadeh Dawood, suffered maximum damage due to the landslide.
این بارونی که دیشب اینجا زد ساعت 12:30 سابقه نداره.
The Tehran state officials informed that the rescue teams were deployed at the scene where 9 people are injured and added that search efforts were underway to rescue people who might be trapped under debris. The landslide occurred in a valley in the foothills of Tehran's Alborz mountains.
شب در عرض 20 دقیقه آسمون رعد و برق میزد، صدا نداشت، همش برق بود. بعد یه دفعه بارون گرفت، عرض 5 دقیقه آب راه افتاد سر اون پل اون جلو. آب که رسید اونجا دیدم 3-4 تا ماشین داره میاد این سمت پایین. یهو دیدم اینجا سوراخ شد از این سمت. ماشینا افتاد تو اینجا. از این ور رفت پایین، یهو اینجا رفت پایین.
Officials have warned residents of Tehran's mountainous areas about heavy rainfall and possible floods. They also warned that heavier rain was expected later today. Agency report, Republic TV.
You're watching World This Morning and other news. We are following up on another incident of hate killing in Karnataka. Another youth brutally hacked to death in Mangaluru. Stay tuned to Republic for all the latest. Also up ahead, MiG-21 aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashes near the village of Bhimda in Barmer in Rajasthan. Both pilots suffer fatal injuries.
मुर्मू कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया। मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन राजनीति का प्रतीक है। माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी।
Packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Arpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold vase, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement director says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Because of the search and seizure powers that we have this stash of cash coming out. Earlier about 21 crores, now 15 crores and counting. wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया।
कांग्रेस worker was seen hitting the paramilitary personnel.
बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं। पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है।
वो सुचिता दलाल the journalist who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan.
The BJP leader Praveen Netaru's alleged killers Zakir and Shafiq are sent to 14 days in judicial custody. Another incident of hate killing in Karnataka. Another youth is brutally hacked to death in Bengaluru. A MiG-21 aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashes near Bhimda village in Barmer. Both pilots suffer fatal injuries. The Parliament sets the record straight on unruly behaviour, but opposition continues to stage protests. After a grand opening ceremony, Birmingham is set to witness exemplary show of sporting strength. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Sori. Now, the money keeps on piling as the teacher recruitment scam becomes the Bengal cash scam, with the ED conducting raids on yet another residence connected to Arpita Mukherjee in hopes of uncovering more incriminating evidence. The TMC, meanwhile, has relieved Partha Chatterjee of his ministry, with the party further announcing that the onus was on the former minister to prove that he was innocent.
Last Friday, Republic TV showed you this mega haul of cash found at TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee's house. This Wednesday, Republic TV showed you yet another unfathomable amount of cash stacked all together. As the cash scam kept unfolding, the ED raided yet another apartment of Arpita Mukherjee. The ED officials were seen using a hammer and a chisel to access restricted areas within the apartment. They were also seen requiring trunks to carry the huge amount of cash recovered at one of Arpita Mukherjee's houses. As Republic Bangla was able to talk to one of the ED officials raiding the apartment, the officer revealed the cash haul to be close to around 27 crores and 90 lakh rupees. One of Arpita's apartments was also seen guarded by security personnel who were heavily armed, while a finance ministry vehicle seemingly carrying ED personnel waited below the scene of the raid. Partha Chatterjee is embroiled in a scam where the recoveries in just hard currency have gone to over rupees 48 crores.
Can you now deny the fact?
Republic TV has been asking the tough questions and leading the investigation.
Your minister was threatening the ED officials.
Protests over the cash scam have spilled onto the streets of Bengal. Mamata Banerjee was finally forced to act. She relieved Partha Chatterjee from all his ministerial duties. Realizing that that would not be enough, the TMC also sacked Partha from all posts. His name plaque was removed from outside his Nabanna office in Kolkata. Is that enough when more TMC names are under scrutiny? From TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya to the sitting West Bengal Minister of State for Education. Just how big is the nexus in the cash scam, and who was it pouring in all the cash for? The people of West Bengal wait with bated breath to know the answer to all of that. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And in fact, suspended MPs are on their 50-hour protest in Parliament complex. A total of 27 MPs, including 23 Rajya Sabha MPs and 4 Lok Sabha MPs, have been suspended for unruly behaviour. Now, during the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament, of course, we have seen a lot of adjournments in this session of Parliament, and there are a total of 27 MPs who have been suspended. The MPs, of course, are on a 50-hour relay protest in the Parliament complex. So there you can see it, opposition MPs at the protest site. Anuj is reporting live. He's at the site where these MPs are protesting at the Gandhi statue in Vijay Chowk. Anuj, good morning. Anuj, it's a 50-hour relay protest that the MPs have undertaken. Give us a sense of what's happening around you. How many MPs are there right now?
Well, these are the MPs who have been suspended, and let me remind you that you pointed out very rightly, this is the 50-hour protest of the MPs who are protesting at this point in time. And let me remind you that this was uproar in the Parliament, what we have seen. This was uproar in the upper house of the Parliament, what we have seen, and in the lower house of the Parliament, what we have seen. The warning was given again and again, but we have seen what has happened in the session, what has happened in the houses, where sometimes the papers were thrown. Again and again the warning was given, but still this was the action of the MPs, what we have seen in the visuals, what we have seen from the house, and finally the action was taken. This is 27 in number if we talk about the total MPs, and at this point in time at the Gandhi statue, this is the 50-hour protest of the MPs which is on. At this point in time, we will have to see, we will have to wait what exactly will be the outcome of the same. But the strict action has been taken by the Speaker, and the line is very much clear that you can't disrupt the session. We have seen what is being happening in the monsoon session, where the uproar is continuously being seen in the House. Yes.
So essentially, Anuj, this suspension, of course, lasts till this weekend, that is today. Thank you for the moment, Anuj, for bringing us those details. But Anuj earlier spoke to the AAP MP, Sanjay Singh, who's on protest over there.
धरने का तीसरा दिन है और इस वक्त मैं संसद परिसर में ही गांधी प्रतिमा के सामने बैठा हूं। मुद्दा आप सारे लोग जानते हैं, गुजरात में जहरीली शराब पीने से 75 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है। उस गुजरात में जहां पर कि 27 वर्षों से बीजेपी का राज है, उस गुजरात में जहां पर घोषित तौर पे शराबबंदी है, वहां छोटे छोटे बच्चे अनाथ हो गए, और यही मुद्दा मैं सदन में उठाना चाह रहा था। मुझे सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है, लेकिन अभी भी मैं संसद परिसर में हूं।
Well, FIRs have been lodged against the Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary over the sexist jibe at the president, with a complaint against the Neta in Madhya Pradesh. This comes after no official apology has been received by the leader as of now.
Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary kicked off a storm in the parliament yesterday with a sexist and bigoted remark against the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, when he referred to her as Rashtrapatni.
Apologize to the nation. Maafi mango is dead se. Maafi mango Sonia Gandhi Adivasiyon se.
He then went on to brazenly defend his stance not once,
पहले कहा राष्ट्रपति, उससे साथ साथ निकल चुका राष्ट्रपति। पिछले माफी मांगने की सवाल ही नहीं, माफी किस लिए? चूक हो गए।
not twice.
अगर राष्ट्रपति जी को बुरा लगा, मैं खुद राष्ट्रपति से मिलकर माफी मांगूंगा जरूरत पड़े तो। लेकिन ये पाखंडी के पास क्यों है? मैं इतना माफी मांगने की बात आते हैं। मैं तो कुछ किया नहीं है गलती।
But a total of 3 times.
मेरी चूक हुई है सिर्फ एक बार और लफ्ज, क्योंकि एक लफ्ज में मैंने अचानक राष्ट्रपति से राष्ट्रपति निकल चुके। और इसके लिए बवाल करना ये बड़ा ताज्जुब लगते हैं।
Before admitting his mistake,
मैं अपने चूक हुई, गलती हुई, एक बार नहीं 100 बार इसको स्वीकारा है मैंने। राष्ट्रपति निकाल चुके हैं मेरी जुबान से, गलती से चूक हुई। इसका मतलब फांसी की तख्ते पे चढ़ जाऊं तो कहिए, सूली पे चढ़ जाऊं तो कहिए। अगर मेरे साथ कोई मेरे खिलाफ अगर किसी का कोई आरोप रहे तो मुझसे कहा करो। सदन के अंदर मेरे खिलाफ आरोप लगाया गया, मैंने स्पीकर साहब को खत लिख के जवाब देने के लिए समय मांगा। स्पीकर साहब ने जवाब देने के लिए मुझे मौका भी दिए थे, लेकिन ये सत्ता पक्ष वो भी नहीं करने दिया।
and still there was no apology from the Congress or Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, despite the BJP condemning the language in the strongest of terms.
Sonia ji sanctioned the humiliation of a poor woman who was sent to the highest office in this country. You sanctioned the insult of every Indian citizen. Due to your male Congress workers and leaders have continued to demean the office of the President of India. Apologize to the nation. Maafi mango is death se. Maafi mango Sonia Gandhi Adivasiyon se. Maafi mango aurton se. Maafi mango gareeb se.
The NCW had also issued a notice to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, while 12 state commissions have jointly condemned the remark. And now, an FIR has been filed in Madhya Pradesh against Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
Union Minister Smriti Irani took on not just Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary but the Congress President Sonia Gandhi as well. And outside we saw a press conference by tribal ministers of the government, including Kiran Rijiju, Sarbanand Sonowal, Bharti Pawar and Hina Gavit, who is a spokesperson of the party. Subsequently, we saw an FIR happening in the state of Madhya Pradesh against Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary for hurting sentiments of the great mass of tribal community across the country, even as the National Commission for Women has summoned the Congress leader for seeking an explanation on his comments.
Now it remains to be seen if Sonia Gandhi will step up and act against sexist MPs. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's some news in brief this morning. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to launch India's first international bullion exchange during his two-day visit to Gujarat. India's first international bullion exchange will facilitate efficient price discovery with the assurance of responsible sourcing and quality in India. A sessions court in Ahmedabad deferred till Friday its order on the bail applications of activist Teesta Setalvad and the former DGP RB Sri Kumar in a case of allegedly fabricating evidence in the 2002 riots case. The court of the additional principal judge was scheduled to pronounce the order on Thursday but deferred it till today. As National Education Policy 2020 is set to complete 2 years of its implementation, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah will launch new initiatives related to the education sector today. The event will be held at Dr. Ambedkar International Centre in the national capital. As Jammu and Kashmir continues to receive heavy rainfall, the Indian Army and police personnel in a joint rescue operation have rescued 14 people stuck in floods. A minor has died and several people have been injured after the ground floor of a double-storey house collapsed in Kerala. The minor was rushed to a hospital for immediate medical treatment but later succumbed to his injuries. The police have rescued several people feared to be trapped under the debris. Meanwhile, the reason for the collapse is yet unknown. And this is news that's just coming in from Sagar in Madhya Pradesh. We are learning that 30 children in a school were vaccinated through a single injection syringe. The district administration has collected the children's blood samples for investigation. Pictures on your screen are of the children being jabbed using a single syringe. Now, usually it is not practiced to use a single syringe to essentially vaccinate people, it is usually that the case that disposable syringes are used for each time, but we're given to understand that now blood samples have been collected.
कल जो सैंपलिंग हुई है उसमें सभी की रिपोर्ट नॉर्मल आई है। आज करीब 21 बच्चों की और सैंपलिंग की है, उनकी आज 5 बजे तक रिपोर्ट आ जाएगी। जो अभी कल बच्चों का जो परीक्षण किया था वो भी स्वस्थ है, और अभी जो बच्चे आए हैं जिनकी सैंपलिंग की है वो भी स्वस्थ हैं, किसी को इस प्रकार की तकलीफ नहीं है। ये केवल ये सावधानी बस सैंपलिंग कर रहे हैं ताकि भविष्य में कोई उनके पेरेंट्स को दिक्कत ना हो।
Well, that was a reaction that we were getting from a health official who says that they are collecting samples of the children's blood reports. But the point is that there is no explanation yet forthcoming on why a single syringe was used to vaccinate so many children. It is standard practice to use disposable syringes and not to use one single syringe for more than one person. So that is obviously something that will need to be investigated. And we are now getting disturbing visuals. These pictures on your screen are of the mortal remains of a person that has been brought on a cot in Indore's district hospital. These pictures have now gone viral. Rahul, one of the people who brought the body into the viral video, said that there is no facility that could be found from the district hospital, so they reached the hospital for post-mortem using this cot.
जिला चिकित्सालय निर्माणाधीन है। जिला चिकित्सालय का कुछ बिल्डिंग मटेरियल वाला कुछ सामान आया था डंपर से, उससे हमारा एंट्रेंस के यहाँ पे थोड़ा रास्ता ख़राब हो गया था, उबड़ खाबड़ हो गया था, तो वाहन जाने में थोड़ी सी असुविधा थी, जिसको हमने सुबह 9 बजे दुरुस्त करा दिया था। उस दौरान एक डेड बॉडी आई थी, जिससे कि परिजन लोग अपनी खटिया पर जिला चिकित्सालय गेट से पीएम रूम तक ले गए थे।
Well, in yet another shocking incident from Karnataka's Bengaluru, a victim named Fazil was hacked to death in the Suranthkal area by 4 unidentified assailants. Now, the incident comes just days after the gruesome killing of Praveen Nataru on the 26th of July.
A gruesome murder in Mangalore, Surathkal has sent shockwaves in the Karnataka. At around 8 p.m. on Thursday, a youth named Fazil was brutally hacked to death by masked assailants. CCTV footage accessed by Republic show a number of men attacking Fazil. Even after escaping the attack for the first attempt, Fazil was targeted yet again, and this time he couldn't escape. In the grotesque attack captured in the video, the assailants can be seen stabbing the victim multiple times. Fazil was rushed to a hospital in a critical condition, but later succumbed to his grievous injuries. While Congress has dubbed the incident as revenge killing,
ಅವನ ತಂದೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ನೋಡುವಾಗ ಹಳೆ ಗ್ರಜ್ಜಿನ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂತ ಕಾಣ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಆದ ಕೊಲೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತ್ಯುತ್ತರವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕೊಲೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
the police called it a premature deduction.
Sir, 2 days back in Sulla, Bellar, any revenge?
See, it is very premature to say that there is any connection with any other incident. So we will fairly investigate, and if at all there is any connection, we will let you know.
With Section 144 imposed, the police have now declared the area very sensitive.
We will be taking up a case in Surathkal police station limits. This area is considered to be very sensitive with respect to these kind of incidents. In order to ensure peace and there is no law and order disturbance, I, as Police Commissioner of Bengal City, passing an order for prohibitory order under section 144 of CRPC for police station jurisdictions of Suratkal, Panambur, Mulki and Bachpur.
Shortly after, Karnataka Home Minister directed the deployment of additional police personnel in Dakshina Kannada district to ensure maintenance of law and order. While prohibitory orders have been enforced in the jurisdiction of 6 police stations in the area, the Home Minister added that anyone who tried to take the law into their hands would be dealt with strictly. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, in a tragic incident, a MiG-21 aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashed near the Bhimdao village of Barmer, killing both pilots. According to the IAF, an investigation is underway.
In a tragic incident, 2 IAF pilots lost their lives after a twin-seater MiG-21 trainer aircraft crashed near Barmer district of Rajasthan on Thursday. According to the Indian Air Force, the aircraft crashed around 2110 hours. The aircraft was airborne for training sortie from Uttarlai Air Base in Rajasthan. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh spoke to Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary following the crash. Taking to Twitter, he said that he was deeply anguished by the loss of 2 air warriors due to an accident of Indian Air Force's MiG-21 trainer aircraft near Barmer in Rajasthan. Expressing condolences on Twitter, the IAF expressed deep regret at the loss of 2 lives and announced that a court of inquiry has been ordered in the incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, yesterday, the People's Democratic Party celebrated its 23rd Raising Day at the Sher-e-Kashmir Park in Srinagar. Prominent leaders like Naeem Akhtar made some controversial remarks about the Kashmir cause and said that the issue of Kashmir is also the issue of Pakistan.
India is all set to celebrate 75 years of independence. The campaign of Har Ghar Tiranga is in full swing and is gaining massive support from across the country. But this too seems like a matter of politics for some.
कश्मीर का मसला नहीं है, कश्मीर का मसला हिंदुस्तान का मसला है, कश्मीर का मसला पाकिस्तान का मसला है, कश्मीर का मसला 1.5 अरब लोगों के मुस्तकबिल का मसला है.
This controversial statement was made on July 28 by PDP leader Naeem Akhtar on account of the party's 23rd Raising Day. The PDP chief yet again cried foul over the removal of Article 370.
इन्होंने 2019 के इलेक्शन में 370 के बगैर कोई बात नहीं कही कि हम 370 खत्म करेंगे. मैंडेट मिला, गैर आईनी, गैर कानूनी तरीके से 370 को खत्म किया. 370 युद्ध को नहीं वो खत्म किए. हमारी जमीन, आज भी हमारी जमीन हजारों कनाल आर्मी को दी जाती है.
Politics is unending even as the 75th Independence Day is inching closer. Opposition, particularly the PDP, has made statements batting for dialogue with Pakistan, even as our forces put their life on the line fighting Pakistan-backed terrorists. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, sport news this morning. A cricket tournament was organised for differently able players in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama, aiming to bolster their confidence so that they can compete at national and international levels in the sport. The organiser of the tournament said that he was ready to organise other activities as well. India held an optional net session on the eve of their opening Group A match against Australia at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Only 6 players attended the session, managed by coach Ramesh Pawar, with all-rounder Radha Yadav and opener Shefali Verma among the notables at the Moseley Cricket Club. Britain's Prince Charles has met with Commonwealth Games athletes before the event's opening ceremony at Birmingham. He greeted and spoke to all the athletes at the Athletes' Village, where competitors are staying during the Games. The German national team trained at the Euro 2022 final team base for the first time ahead of Sunday's match against host England at London's Wembley Stadium. The last time England and Germany met at a Euros final was in Helsinki in 2009 when the Germans won 6-2. FC Barcelona and Sevilla have reached an agreement for Chelsea target Jules Koundé. The French international is scheduled to join Barcelona for a reported €50 million. Roped-in enthusiasm visuals show the Indian contingent marching at the opening ceremony of the Commonwealth Games 2022 in United Kingdom's Birmingham. The Minister of Law and Justice Kiran Rijiju took to Twitter to share the proud moment as the Indian contingent marches with the Indian flag at Birmingham.
The groin injury incurred.
West Midlands welcome for the most populous nation in the Commonwealth and home to over 1 billion people.
Well, just to give you an idea of the power of the population size and the market of India, that when Neeraj Chopra, the javelin thrower, won Olympic gold in Tokyo, he became the 7th most searched for sports person in the world on the internet. Sadly, he's pulled out with a groin injury incurred at the World Championships when he took a silver medal behind Anderson Peters of Grenada, and he will be here though.
Yeah, and hoisting the tricolour flag tonight is hockey. West Midlands welcome for the most populous nation in the Commonwealth and home to over 1 billion people.
Well, just to give you an idea of the power of the population size and the market of India, that when Neeraj Chopra, the javelin thrower, won Olympic gold in Tokyo, he became the 7th most searched for sports person in the world on the internet. Sadly, he's pulled out with a groin injury incurred at the World Championships when he took a silver.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
because of the search and seizure powers that we have this stash of cash coming out. Earlier about 21 crores, now 15 crores and counting. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया। मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन राजनीति का प्रतीक है। माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी।
packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money was doing with Arpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement director says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken. In view of that, posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Top stories at 8:30 a.m. viewers. BJP leader Praveen Netru's alleged killers Zakir and Shafiq sent to 14 days judicial custody. Another incident of hate killing in Karnataka. Another youth brutally hacked to death in Bengaluru. MiG-21 aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashes near the Bhimda village of Bardmer. Both pilots suffer fatal injuries. Parliament sets records straight on the unruly behaviour, but opposition continues to stage the protest. After a grand opening ceremony, Birmingham set to witness exemplary show of sporting strength. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. This is the Morning Express and we're keeping a track for all the biggest stories that are happening now, this time from the PFI link that is now being investigated with respect to the growing anger in the state and the BJYM General Secretary as well that had been victimized in this entire matter. Let's take a look as to what's really happening with the entire investigation.
The Karnataka hate killing has sent shockwaves across the state. The accused have been caught on CCTV.
We are at the same place where Praveen Netru was murdered, and he owns that particular poultry shop, Akshaya Farm Fresh Chicken, and he was murdered at the same place. Now you can see the police is doing the Majar or a Panchanama, where they are trying to get the evidence as much as possible.
The police has them under arrest.
These 2 persons have been arrested based on the current investigation. Then we are
investigating from all possibilities. There only one person by name Zakir is already having one criminal case in Bedare police station. In 2020, one IPC 324 offence was registered against him. He's accused in that.
And the wife of arrested accused, Shafiq, says he is part of the PFI.
ಎಂಟು ಗಂಟೆ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಗಾರ್ಬೆಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅವರು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ PFI ಸಂಘಟನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ SDP ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ ಆಗಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು.
Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar says no stone will be left unturned.
At some point we have to say enough is enough, and we have to deal with these kind of organizations that prey on innocent people for their political views with violence decisively and firmly under the Indian law.
The Karnataka Chief Minister has assured action.
Whatever possible we'll do it, and if need be, the process is on, and it is concerned to not only to Karnataka, it's other states also, and I am hopeful that very soon such decision will be taken.
BJP Yuva Morcha President and BJP MP Tejasvi Surya has said there will be zero tolerance.
जो भी ऐसे इन्वेस्टिगेशंस है वो कानून के हिसाब से और कानून के चौकट के अंदर वो चलेगा, और कानून सबको एक है, कानून सबसे ऊपरी है, और कानून और कोर्ट्स के जो फैसला आता है वो सब मानना पड़ेगा. ये लोकतंत्र है.
With these links now emerging, you had union ministers alleging a link, you had the state probing a link, you have the police mentioning a link, and with pictures and the links being revealed during the course of the investigation, the focus automatically has come on the government at both the central and state level on whether they will now press for action against the PFI and SDPI.
Tejasvi Surya is all set to meet Praveen's family today. But the Congress is questioning the BJP government's go slow.
Anybody who is sowing the seeds of communal hatred, irrespective of community, should be banned in the society.
All eyes will be on what the Karnataka government does next. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now viewers, following the unfortunate death of the BJYM District Secretary, we spoke to Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the Union Minister, and he has spoken about how there are several state governments who are inciting the radical culture, and there has to be something that needs to be done about the subsequent extremist organization effects on the society as well. Let's take a look.
Rajiv Chandrasekhar, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. A lot of people are angry, Rajiv, about how this has happened, the manner, the brazen manner in which Praveen Netturu was murdered, and how the killers fled. Yes, some of them have been arrested, but many more are at large this afternoon.
No, you're absolutely right. I think everybody is entitled to be angry. I am angry. Everybody who's a friend or colleague of Praveen is absolutely angry, and indeed almost every person in Karnataka is really angry at this kind of brazen violence and brazen killing that has occurred, and for somebody to have just tweeted or posted a Facebook post and to be found finally the victim of this kind of a violent crime is just completely unacceptable in civilized society and in a country like ours where the rule of law prevails and the law is supposed to be a deterrent against behavior of this kind. But I have said this before, and I say this again, that under Pinarayi Vijayan in the last 6 years, 5 years in Kerala, there has been a culture created of safe haven for those who conduct these violent crimes. Kerala themselves have seen 5 to 6 over the last 5 years, over 22 political assassinations and killing of this kind. And we also know from eyewitnesses that these were people who had driven across the border on Kerala registered motorcycles who conducted this killing. So it is really a problem
that the safe haven for terror and radicalism that Pinarayi Vijayan has fostered in the last 4-5 years in Kerala is beginning to spread its tentacles and impact innocent people in Karnataka. I have said this earlier, that this is the Pinarayi Vijayan government's conduct and tolerance of this type of violent crimes is an issue not just for Keralites and Malayalis. It is also an issue for adjoining states like Karnataka, and we have seen that poor Praveen has paid the price of this type of safe haven that the Pinarayi Vijayan has created in Kerala.
Now, Rajiv, in the last few weeks and months, we have seen even Pinarayi Vijayan himself, his state government, come under extreme pressure on the issue of PFI and SDPI especially. And the reason I say PFI and SDPI, even though nothing much is on record as of this minute, is because a union minister, Prahlad Joshi, your colleague, has said that there is a suspected role of PFI, SDPI. A letter that was written by Shobha Karanlaje to Amit Shah, the Home Minister, also hints at a PFI, SDPI role. And even the ministers in Karnataka, the Home Minister, Chief Minister included, are speaking about a possible role. Now, if there is a role, questions are being asked on what the government is doing on the PFI and the SDPI.
So first of all, Niranjan, I want to just assure through you, every Kannadiga, everybody who is watching, who knew Praveen, who did not know Praveen, who know of Praveen today and his tragic death, that the government of Karnataka will leave no stone unturned. They will hunt down these killers and everyone who aided and abetted them. On this, there should be absolutely no doubt in anybody's mind. The Chief Minister has assured the state and the people that he will put the police, he has created a special squad, a special force, that these kind of crimes will not be tolerated in Karnataka. This is not Pinarayi Vijayan's government, this is a BJP government headed by CM Bommaiji, and we will not allow these people to escape the long arm of law. Number one. Number two, to the point of PFI and SDPI, this is an issue that everybody, regardless of political color or prism, needs to address. This is a problem that is going to really create chaos in our communities and societies and the rule of law and respect for law as we know it. We cannot have a situation where people are assaulted with violent harm and consequences because they post something. We are supposed to address these issues through rule of law. We are supposed to be a civilized community of people. And so if there are these outliers who take violence and use violence to project their political power, project their political ideology, these organizations must be dealt with decisively. I say this as an individual citizen of Karnataka and somebody who is deeply anguished and upset about the killing of Praveen. But I think it is time for a conversation and a discourse about how to deal with these organizations that try and legitimize violence, that try and take violence and killing into what should be normal discourse and disagreements between people about political views.
Taking a short break now, viewers, getting you details on the other side of how an MiG-21 aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashed near the Bidma village in Badmer and both pilots suffered fatal injuries. And also getting you updates of how the parliament sets the record state on unruly behavior, but opposition continues to stage protests. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back after a short break.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. Number 1 across all 3 channels.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
because of the search and seizure powers that we have this stash of cash coming out. Earlier about 21 crores, now 15 crores and counting. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया। मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन राजनीति का प्रतीक है। माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी।
package or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Arpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken in view of that post were actually.
Welcome back, viewers. We're getting some more breaking updates on the Morning Express, where Indigo's Kolkata-bound flight skidded while taxiing for a takeoff in Jorhat yesterday. No passengers suffered injuries in the incident, and a team constituted to probe the incident is done as of now, is what we're learning. And now, during the initial inspection of the aircraft, no abnormalities were observed, is something that has been said by the Indigo airline. Remember, viewers, we had seen earlier as well such a similar incident that had come to light of the Indigo air flights and also the SpiceJet as well, where we had seen emergency landings had to be done. But as of now, the latest that we are picking up is with respect to the Indigo Kolkata-bound flight that skidded while taxiing for a takeoff yesterday, is what we're learning, and no passengers suffered any injuries in the incident, and a team constituted to probe the incident as well. And during the initial inspection of the aircraft, no abnormalities had been observed. This is something that has been said in a statement by the Indigo airline, and they have said that there was a proper inspection that had been done and there had been absolutely no abnormalities that had been found. And we have also learned that a team in fact has been constituted to probe the incident, since we are learning about this incident from yesterday, where Indigo's Kolkata-bound flight had been skidded while taxiing for a takeoff in Jorhat yesterday itself. And we had also learned that there were passengers on board. In fact, it was a full flight and there were passengers on board, and none of the passengers in fact have suffered any injury in the incident. And we are also learning that the authorities in fact have already constituted a team that will carry out a probe, an entire investigation into this entire incident as to why this flight had skidded while taxiing for takeoff in Jorhat. And we have also learned that an initial inspection that had been done by the airlines, and they had found nothing amiss, nothing out of order while it was being done, the inspection that was being done. Now this has been said by the Indigo Airlines as well.
Uproar in both the houses of the parliament continues. 27 suspended MPs is still sitting on the dharna. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया। मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन राजनीति का प्रतीक है। माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी।
Packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money was doing with Arpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold vase, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken in lieu of that posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Because of the search and seizure powers that we have this stash of cash coming out. Earlier about 21 crores, now 15 crores and counting. Wherever
Welcome back, viewers, and we're once again cutting across to that breaking update that we were picking up for the Indigo airline, where the Kolkata-bound flight had skidded while taxiing for takeoff in the Jorhat yesterday. And we are also learning that no passengers, in fact, had been affected by this, but this was a Kolkata-bound Indigo flight that, in fact, had to be subsequently cancelled on Thursday after the aircraft, in fact, had skidded off the runway during the takeoff and its wheels had gotten stuck in the muddy outfield, is what we are learning. And airport officials, in fact, had informed that this was the flight that had been operating on the Jorhat-Kolkata route. And we had seen that yesterday itself the flight had been held up for several hours at Jorhat due to the technical issue, and later it had been cancelled. And the information had been spread yesterday itself and on social media as well. This entire issue had come to light, and we are now seeing that a team, in fact, has been constituted to look into this entire matter. But of course, we are now learning about the reason as to why the aircraft had skidded off the runway during the takeoff, as its wheels has gotten stuck in the muddy outfield, is what we are learning. This is an incident, remember, from yesterday. And we had also seen the Indigo also putting out a statement where they had stated, and I quote, "We're concerned to hear about this and raising this right away with the concerned team." And we had seen yesterday itself when one of the passengers had also put this on social media, the Indigo had responded with this kind of a statement. But now we are also looking into how a proper probe, an investigation that will be carried out into looking into this entire technical failure as to why it had happened. And of course, a team that has been made to look into this entire matter. Investigation will be carried out. The statements of the passengers will also be taken, and of course the cabin crew as well will be asked questions about this entire issue, and airport authorities will be also called in, is what we are learning. And now this is the latest that we're picking up with respect to the Indigo Kolkata bound flight that had skidded off while taxiing for takeoff in Jorhat yesterday. And taking a short break here now, viewers, bringing you details of how the opposition continues their protest in the national capital.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Because of the search and seizure powers that we have this stash of cash coming out. Earlier about 21 crores, now 15 crores and counting. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया। मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन राजनीति का प्रतीक है। माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी।
package or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Arpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken. In view of that, posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? BJP leader Praveen Netaru's alleged killers Zakir and Shafiq are sent to 14 days in judicial custody. Another incident of hate killing in Karnataka. Another youth is brutally hacked to death in Bengaluru. Indigo's Kolkata-bound flight skids while taking off. No casualties are reported. A team is constituted to probe the incident. A MiG-21 aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashes near Bhimda village in Barmer. Both pilots suffer fatal injuries. Parliament sets the record straight on unruly behaviour, but opposition continues to stage protests. After a grand opening ceremony, Birmingham is set to witness exemplary show of sporting strength. Good morning. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, Indigo's Kolkata-bound flight skidded while taxiing for takeoff in Jorhat in Assam yesterday. Now, no passengers have suffered injuries in the incident, and a team has been constituted to probe the incident. News that we are getting seems to suggest that during the initial inspection of the aircraft, no abnormalities were observed. This, of course, is according to a statement by Indigo Airlines. However, what we are learning is that a probe has now been constituted to look into what could have gone wrong. Now, Indigo's Kolkata-bound flight skidded while taxiing for takeoff in Jorhat yesterday. This flight was bound for Kolkata. No passengers suffered any injuries in the incident, and we are learning that not just Indigo but the DGCA is also looking into this incident. You remember that there have been several of these technical faults that have been reported in aircrafts flying across the country, and thereafter the DGCA had last week itself issued a note, an advisory to all airlines saying that they need to monitor these incidents and also prepare reports and look at the safety standards of these aircraft. So another incident that seems to have taken place now. Indigo's Kolkata-bound flight skidded while taxiing for takeoff in Jorhat yesterday. No passengers have suffered any injury in the incident. However, this of course has come as another scare and has set alarm bells ringing as to the technical safety of Indian aircraft. Anuj is reporting on this. He's joining us from New Delhi. Anuj, give us more details in terms of what the preliminary investigation reports say.
What we have been told that the inquiry team has been already set up On the other hand, no technical issue has been found out as of till now. Whereas, let me also remind you, on 18th of July, this was the DGCA official, the DGCA head, who had made it clear that the team is being formed. The specific engineers are being put up so that no technical errors should take place, because from last few weeks this was reported, the complaints were reported, and after that on 18th of July this was DGCA who took the initiative. But on the other hand, this exactly is the same kind of problem which could be clearly seen. Although there was no passenger who got any kind of injury, everything is all right, what we have been told. But on the other hand, that's something what we have been told, that the inquiry has been already set up, the committee has been already formed, and if you talk about the Indigo also, then Indigo Airline is also giving the clarification that as of till now there is no technical error which can be found. This is to wait and watch what exactly will be coming out, because something has happened, and that is why this incident could be clearly seen, and this incident has been reported. So that is something what we are waiting for. So that's something at this point in time what has been reported. But yes, the DGCA on the other hand is also mentioning the same, is also monitoring the same. Whereas I just told you the same. Told you the same, that on 18th of July this was the senior most from the DGCA who made it clear that we have gone through the inspection, we have gone through the technicalities, and we are looking into the matter so that no such kind of technical issues should come in light. But again, yesterday this was reported, and now the airlines is on to the same, whereas Indigo Airline is also giving the clarification. But we will have to wait and watch, and we will have to wait for the committee response also, the team which has been constituted, right, that what exactly happened and what exactly were the technical issue behind the same. Yes.
All right, do stay with us. I'm going to go across to Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, who's joining us. Wing Commander Bakshi, good morning. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Wing Commander Bakshi, we've been seeing these repeated incidents, which has caused quite a bit of concern in terms of our aircraft, our civilian airliners and their safety.
Absolutely right. It is a matter of great concern that one single airline is having so much of problem, and inquiries are constituted, but we do not know what are the outcomes of the inquiry. Whatever the case may be, but this incident which we are talking of today is the clearing of the runway. Well, that could be anything. Aircraft clearing while takeoff and landing due to hydroplaning is a possibility. But it all depends upon the condition of the runway, the water condition, etc. There's a landing technique there are techniques which are involved in operating in waterlogged areas where there is a film of water on the runway. However, only inquiry will let you know that whether it's a pilot error or was it uncontrolled, or nobody can be blamed for it. That possibility could be there. One has to see. But you have to clarify when you ask whether it was on landing or takeoff.
Right, this was when, this was before takeoff, actually, when the aircraft was just beginning to taxi.
Beginning to taxi is not possible. If he is taxiing, it means there is something wrong with the brake system. When you are taxiing, you are able to know the runway. If he has started his takeoff rule and then he is speeded off, it means it came on the film of water. Thereafter, like the stone when you throw on the water, the flat stone when it skids on the water, similarly the aircraft hydroplanes. Probably could happen, but we have to be very clear as to at what stage. Because if he is just starting taxiing and he goes, then there is something wrong. We have to, be clarified.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. Of course, an inquiry has been ordered by Indigo Airlines as well as the DGCA, which is continuously looking into incidents like this one of technical faults. And Anuj, thank you to you as well. A news just coming in now in the Rajya Sabha, where we have continued to see disruptions ever since the monsoon session of Parliament began. We are now hearing that Rajya Sabha MP Pramod Kumar has given a 0-hour notice on the issue of the surge in Indian money held in Swiss banks. So this is a 0-hour notice that has been given for discussion on the issue of a surge in the amount of Indian money that is held in Swiss banks. We have, of course, continued to see a large amount of disruption in both houses of Parliament. The monsoon session is currently underway, but hardly any business has been transacted in both houses of Parliament. At the outset of the monsoon session, of course, we had heard about 27 bills were supposed to be passed, but there is hardly any business that's been transacted because of the continuous disruptions that we have seen in both houses of Parliament. Let me go across to Anuj, who has more details on this 0-hour notice being given. Anuj, can you tell us more about this 0-hour notice that's been given on the issue of surge in Indian money held in Swiss banks?
Well, exactly, that's the notice which has been given by the Rajya Sabha MP. That's Pramod Kumar, who has given the notice for the 0 hour, where he is stating where a debate should be there, a question hour should be there regarding the surge in money, Indian money in the Swiss bank. This is not the issue which is being taken first time. We have seen it several times when this issue came in light. But the most important part here to mention is whether this is going to be taken, whether the function in both the houses can be done or not, because we are continuously seeing uproar in both the houses. We already understand, we already know that there are the MPs, these are the 27 MPs including in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, who are sitting in protest, and they have been suspended. So the business is not able to move ahead with the things, and smooth things could never be seen, like not be seen in the monsoon session, since it started as the uproar from the opposition parties in both the houses could be clearly seen. So this is a notice which has been given by the Rajya Sabha MP, that's Pramod Kumar, but we will have to see, wait and watch whether the business will take place, whether the function will happen, whether it will function, whether houses will function or not. That is going to be very, very important, because since from the very morning we are seeing the Rajya Sabha MPs themselves, the MPs who have been suspended are sitting on dharna. It's their 50 hours dharna where they are sitting. So this is going to be very, very important to understand whether the houses will work or not. Yes.
All right, Anuj, for the moment, thank you for joining us. All right, we are heading off to another breaking news that we are getting right now. We are bringing to you visuals of the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway that has now been blocked at Ramban due to regular landslides. Now, Jammu and Kashmir has been seeing a heavy downpour, which is leading not just to rivers breaching the danger levels, but also to mudslides and landslides, which are being reported in various parts of Jammu and Kashmir. These particular visuals that you are seeing are, I think, from the Ramban sector, where a mudslide is being reported, and because of this, the stretch of the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway seems to have now been blocked. Now, remember, yesterday also the Jammu-Srinagar Highway was blocked for several hours after another landslide. So this is something that we are witnessing quite a bit, and of course inclement weather conditions in the upper reaches are being reported. So there has been a lot of rainfall that's been reported in Jammu and Kashmir, and thereafter, of course, landslides and mudslides like this one are continuously being reported. I think Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, give us more details of how long it will take for the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway to clear off.
See, the men and the machinery are on the work to restore the traffic on the strategically important Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, because Amarnath Yatra is also going on, and there has been a delay. Yesterday we saw that due to heavy landslides that have taken place, the Panthyal Steel Bridge, that was also damaged to a large extent, after which the teams of the National Highway Authority of India, they were rushed to the spot. And today morning, once again, the slides have taken place, which has led to disruption of the traffic. And now the men and machinery have been put in place by the district administration as well as by the National Highway Authority of India, so that the traffic can be resumed at an earliest, because this is really very strategically important national highway. It connects the Kashmir Valley to the rest of the India. As we know that this route is also being used by the security forces for their movement, and also it has gone into blockade at a time when the Amarnath Yatra is going on. So the efforts are being made to restore the traffic on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway at an earliest.
All right, Gursimran, of course, is bringing us the latest from there. Gursimran, any idea in terms of what the situation is in the upper reaches? Because, you know, the Met Department, of course, has predicted moderately heavy rainfalls in various parts of Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes, the situation is more likely to remain as such as of heavy rainfall in the upper reaches of Jammu and Kashmir, which can lead to the situation of flood and landslides at the upper reaches as well as in the low-lying areas. Yesterday we saw how the river Chenab, it crossed the danger mark and has led to a havoc situation in the Jammu region, and similar situation is in the water bodies that are in the upper areas of the Jammu and Kashmir, be it Doda, Kishtwar, Ramban, Poonch or Rajouri. Even multiple rescue operations have been launched by the Indian Army to rescue the people who have been stranded due to the rise in the water tributaries or the water bodies that were lying vacant for a long time. So these relief and rescue operations are also underway, but the weather situation, it will prevail like this only for next 3 days as being predicted by the Department of Weather and Forecast.
All right, Gursimran reporting on that from Jammu. Thank you for joining us with that update. And here's a look at some news in brief now. At least 30 children were allegedly given the COVID-19 vaccine using a single syringe at a school in Sagar in Madhya Pradesh. Now, the police officials have said that they have received a complaint and the district administration collected the children's blood samples for further investigation. A school teacher was reportedly suspended from her job after a video of her entering a flooded school by climbing over plastic chairs held by students went viral on the social media. In the video, a group of children could be seen walking through water to place plastic chairs in a row to make a pathway. A screen. Well, pictures on your screen are coming to you from Karnataka. This is the Bellary district where the final journey of Praveen is taking place, to remember that Praveen was murdered by a group of men who were on a bike, and that bike, of course, did have a Kerala number plate. Two of those people have been apprehended. Zakir and Shafiq have been, in fact, arrested and sent to 14 days of judicial custody. But there has been a considerable amount of anger over Praveen Netaru's murder that took place day before night. And pictures on your screen are of the final journey of this BJP Yuva Morcha leader. A huge crowd over there seeming to gather for the final rites. This, of course, is being seen. All right, so pictures on your screen are of the huge crowd that has gathered for the final journey of Praveen Netara. Now, there has, of course, been considerable anger in Dakhin Kannada over this murder because there are questions being raised about the security situation there. Now, this brutal murder, of course, has been followed by another one, and tensions are simmering in this area. Sage Raj is on the phone. He's bringing us more details. Now, Sage, we can see a large amount of crowd over there in these pictures. People wanting to say goodbye to Praveen, who was a BJP youth wing leader. All right, I think these pictures are of coming from Mangaluru in Karnataka, a victim named Fazil who was hacked to death in Surantkal by 4 unidentified assailants. The incident comes just days after the gruesome killing of Praveen Netaru on the 26th of July. Now, these are pictures of the final journey of this young man who was also brutally hacked to death. The assailants are still on the run. They have not been arrested. The situation, of course, in Karnataka continues to remain tense in these areas. Mangaluru, particularly where this alleged murder took place, the police are still trying to get more evidence as to what happened. So pictures on your screen are coming to you from Mangaluru in Karnataka. Now this of course is a murder that is very shocking and similar in nature to what happened to Praveen Netaru. Now a 23-year-old man of course was stabbed to death outside a textile shop in Suratkal on the outskirts of Mangaluru city by unidentified assailants on Thursday evening. Now the incident occurred while the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai was on a visit to the house of Praveen Netar, the BJP youth wing leader who was murdered in a very similar gruesome fashion. Pictures on your screen are of the funeral procession. Now there is considerable anger in this particular area of Mangaluru over this gruesome killing that took place. Of course, there is also tension being reported from Mangaluru as well as Dakhin Kannada districts. And the Mangaluru City Police Commissioner has said that they believe that about 3 to 4 people were behind this murder. They are on the lookout for the assailants. A case has also been registered by the police in this matter. Tensions, of course, continue to remain high in Bengaluru over the murder of this 23-year-old who was stabbed to death outside a textile shop in Suratkal on the outskirts of the city. Now, this apparently was done by an unidentified group of people. But this, of course, is the incident occurred even as the Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai was on a visit to the house of Praveen Netar, BJP youth wing leader who was hacked to death in Bellary district, in Bellary, I beg your pardon. So in that sense, both areas continue to remain very, very sensitive and on the edge over these murders. Of course, Section 144 has been imposed across Mangaluru as well as across Dakhin Kannada districts over these tensions which appear to be prevailing. Basvaraj Bommai, of course, has said that there will be an impartial investigation into both cases and that the perpetrators of these attacks will be brought to book. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to give us more details in just a bit. But pictures on your screen on the left-hand side are of this gruesome killing that took place. I think we've got Sage Raj. Sage, can you give us more details in terms of the security situation? It does appear that there's a huge crowd at this funeral. Sage, can you hear me?
Absolutely, the situation seems to be quite sensitive in The situation in Dakhin Kannada district is quite sensitive, where 144 section is been imposed in several places of Mangalore after a Fazil murder attack was been reported. And later in the night, the police have confirmed that he had succumbed to injuries at AJ Hospital. And this morning, his body was being handed over to the family. As you rightly pointed out, the police personnel have been deployed every nook and corner of Mangalore to ensure no untoward incident reported due to this. A 144 section has been imposed and even schools and colleges are declared holidays in many places in Mangalore districts. Even pubs and bars are being asked to not open today and tomorrow to ensure that everything is peaceful in the city. And talking about Puttur, in Praveen's murder case, the magistrate have sent 14 days judicial custody of both the accused Zakir and Shafiq, since police did not ask for police custody. As of now, the police personnel you will get to see everywhere in Dakhin Kannada, whether it is Mangalore, Puttur or Bellary, everywhere the security has been beefed up to ensure law and order is in place.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, Sage, this has been a cause for quite a bit of concern because the situation, in the Dakhin Kannada district continues to remain quite tense. Now, Basavaraj Bommai, the Chief Minister, of course, has promised that every single incident like this one will be probed. But the point is that, there does appear to still, people still appear to be quite on the edge.
Absolutely. When these kind of murders which has been reported in Dakshin Kannada district, definitely the situation is tense and people are on edge and people are unsure what is going to happen next, because you will see a murder 2 days back and after 2 or 3 days you will get to see one more murder reported from the same area, and people are worried about the law and order situation and why these things are happening. And Mangalore is not something new for these kind of communal violence or these kind of hatred crimes. It is infamous for several incidents, including in the previous incidents, especially when it comes to Prashant Pujari's murder, Sharat Badiwala's murder, or Deepak Rao's murder. And there are several incidents which was been reported where there are murders from one side and there is a revenge murder from the other side. But the police and the officials should take stock of the situation and ensure these things are solved at ground level, because the day the things increases every single day, the people are living in fear in the city.
Now, Sage, it's just the sheer audacity of these attacks that's also quite stunning, because in this particular incident for which CCTV has actually, footage has been acquired, it appears that these men had, black masks on their face. They continued to hit him till he collapsed on the ground, and then they stabbed him. So in that sense, there is obviously going to be a fear and insecurity amongst the local population.
Absolutely, and this particular incident happened in Suratkal New Market area, and if you see that particular market area, there are a lot of shops, a lot of shopping area, but still these people have executed the plan. And if you notice, they have covered their face when they came and attacked Fazil in the market when people were around him. And you can see them, he was waiting for something outside a place, and immediately these people come and attack him, and he runs away from that particular place, but still they chase him and hack him to that unless they see that this person will not be alive. That's when they leave him from that particular place. That gruesome this particular murder was in Suratkal, sending shockwaves across the state, where people are already living in fear because of Pravin's murder, and this one is adding more fuel to the fire.
All right, as you're pointing out, it does appear to be one incident after another following each other. But what are people in the area saying? Have you been able to speak to them and get a sense of, what they want?
See, 144 section has been imposed in many places and people are not out on the streets in those areas. Yesterday when we spoke in Puttur, people were worried, especially the Hindu activists as well as BJP workers, stating that their own government had let them down. They were also shouting anti-slogans against BJP leaders. And when it comes to this particular murder, people are in shock. In fact, one of the Congress MLAs have already blamed Bajrang Dal on this particular incident, but it is all subject to investigation, and why these people are coming to a conclusion is a big question.
Absolutely. Sage Raj is continuing to bring us details of what's happening in Dakhin Kannada. Sage, do stay with us. We're going to slip into a very short break. We return with more news and we get you the latest in terms of the security situation in Karnataka.
University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feat. #1 across all 3 channels.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
because of the search and seizure powers that we have this stash of cash coming out. Earlier about 21 crores, now 15 crores and counting. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
Top stories, viewers. At 9:30 a.m., BJP leader Praveen Netru's alleged killers Zakir and Shafiq sent to 14 days of judicial custody. Yet another incident of hate killing in Karnataka. Another youth brutally hacked to death in Bengaluru. Indigo's Kolkata-bound flights skids while taking off. No casualties reported. Team constituted to probe the incident. MiG-21 aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashes near the Bhimda village in Barmer. Both pilots suffer fatal injuries. Parliament says the record state on unruly behaviour, but opposition continues to stage the protest. After a grand opening ceremony, Birmingham set to witness exemplary show of sporting strength. Across to some breaking updates that we're picking up, viewers, this time from the Bengal cash scam that has exploded, and the BJP now levels a big allegation against the Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and says that Mamata did not want to sack Partha Chatterjee, but she was compelled to do so. Remember, this, viewers, comes under 24 hours of the development where Partha Chatterjee has been sacked from all positions in the TMC and also from the primary membership of the TMC as well since yesterday, the decision that had been taken. And that decision, in fact, had been taken less than 24 after the more cash, heaps of cash that in fact had been seized by the Enforcement Directorate from the residences of Arpita Mukherjee and also the properties that had been owned by Partha Chatterjee as well. Let's listen in first, viewers, as to what the allegations of the BJP are.
सीट इतना है तो इतना धन करोड़ों मिलने के बाद 7 दिन लगा उसको सैक करने के लिए। पार्टी का पद से निकाल सकते थे, इतने पद में थे और कितना रुपया का मालिक था अभी समझ में आ रहा है। 200 करोड़ का जब खबर आया तब शक करने की हुई। इसके पहले कितने लोगों ने बचाया या तो किनारा किया, कभी किसी को शक नहीं किया। आज पार्टी के अंदर विद्रोह हो रहा है, समाज में विद्रोह हो रहा है, छिछिकार हो रहा है, पूरा देश के लोग देख रहे हैं आप लोगों के मीडिया के माध्यम से इतना सारा धन, तो आप मजबूरी में शरीर बचाने के लिए हाथ तो कटना ही पड़ेगा। अब हाथ काट दिया उन्होंने। 7 दिन से बात हो रही थी, मान नहीं रही थी, तो चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने सिग्नेचर किया, ममता बनर्जी चीफ मिनिस्टर ने नहीं किया है। और जब ये घटना हो रही वो उधर दूसरे प्रोग्राम में थी, मान गई कम से कम, नहीं तो एक एक छोड़ते जाएंगे तो पार्टी कहाँ बचेगा। और जो उनके महामंत्री अभिषेक जी ने स्टेटमेंट दिया उन्होंने फ्रेश किया है, लेकिन इसको लेकर सुबह से चल रहा था। पहले कुणाल बाबू से ट्वीट कराई गई, फिर ये सब चर्चा हुई, फिर मीटिंग बुलाया गया। जो खुद डिसिप्लिन एक्शन कमेटी के चेयरपर्सन है उनको कौन निकालेगा। लेकिन कैसे भी हो, जो पार्टी के अंदर विद्रोह हो रहा था उसका प्रेशर से सारा पद से उनको निकाला गया। और पहले तो मिनिस्टर से, फिर चिल्ला हुआ तो फिर पार्टी के पद से गया। तो इसको करने का 7 दिन लगता है। आप कितना ईमानदार हैं।
Now viewers, we are seeing massive allegations coming to light from the BJP, who are now claiming that that Mamata Banerjee herself did not want to take care of Partha Chatterjee to be removed from the party, but now we are seeing that since the last 7 days, the raids that have been continuing by the Enforcement Directorate and the kind of information that is coming to light about the nexus that had been operating about the money laundering as well has led her to finally take this decision of removing Partha Chatterjee from the party. Now viewers, back-to-back breaking updates here on Live and Breaking. In a huge development in the Tamil Nadu, Coimbatore Rural Police has seized rupees 1.26 crore in cash, 379 land documents, 127 checks as well as 54 signed blank papers under the Operation Kathuwati 2.0 yesterday. One of the main accused, a money lender, in fact, has been remanded to the judicial custody following an arrest. And Coimbatore police operation, in fact, has raided 41 places, is what we are learning. And this is a huge development in Tamil Nadu that we are tracking for you now, viewers, where the rural police has seized rupees 1.26 crores in cash. And Varshini, my colleague from Chennai, is also joining us on the broadcast. Varshini, tell us more about this entire Operation 2.0 that has been carried out by the rural police, the seizures that have been made, the cash that has been seized. Tell us about this investigation.
Ordered by the DGP of Tamil Nadu, Sailendra Babu, and it was already, in motion, and a lot of arrests were made in several parts of the state. Now, similarly, Operation Kanduvati 2.0 is another, effort to make sure that a lot of money launderers are put under arrest. There have been several cases in the state where these kind of money laundering issues have arisen, and a lot of people have been suffering because of people with power are easily able to take or grab lands and documents and money from the people who are not able to. Therefore, this Operation Kanduvati has helped in a big way in kind of stopping this whole scenario happening in rural areas. Similarly, in Coimbatore, rural police have now seized almost 1.26 crore rupees in cash, 379 land documents, 127 checklists, and over 54 signed blank papers that these money launderers have had. And now the main accused also has been remanded in judicial custody after he was arrested, is what we are hearing. And this is definitely a huge turning point in this case, because this is going to make sure that the police are able to access and find out more details about whoever is being connected to this from different parts of the state as well. Now, this has happened in the Coimbatore district, but this will definitely move around to other districts, is what the police side also say about this matter.
All right, Varshini, thank you for joining us on the broadcast with those details of this investigation that is being carried out by the rural police there. And some more breaking updates that we're tracking for you viewers. Late night transfer of 12 IAS officers that had taken place. The Unnao DM transferred is what we are learning. Apurva Dubey became the DM of Unnao and Ravindra Kumar has been transferred to Kushinagar. Varanasi District Magistrate Kaushal Raj Sharma has been made the Divisional Commissioner of Prayagraj. We are seeing this kind of shuffling in the bureaucracy where 12 IAS officers in fact have been transferred. And my colleague Anuj, I believe, is also joining us on the broadcast to talk to us about the perspective of this entire reshuffling as well. Anuj, tell us about these transfers and what it really means subsequently for the UP bureaucracy.
Well, if we talk about these transfer and if we talk about this reshuffling, then we do understand when we are talking about Uttar Pradesh, this is Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, who is very much focused on the ground things, on the law and order situation. And what I've been told, what we are seeing, that this is the focus regarding the development, this is the focus regarding the law and order situation, this is the development regarding taking the things further on the good note. So that's something what we have been told. This is in total when we are talking is 12 IAS who has been transferred and the reshuffling has been done in the midnight and now what we have been told, this includes like Prayagraj also where the changes could be seen, this includes Kushinagar also, Varanasi also where the changes could be seen. So this is all the focus of the Uttar Pradesh government, and as we do know and we have seen the Uttar Pradesh government in action earlier also, and this is the part of the strategy of Baba, whom we call Baba the Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. So this is once again when Baba is in action, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh is in action and doing these reshuffling. Let me tell you, when we are talking about the administration, when we are talking about the bureaucracy, or when we are talking about this particular development, when this reshuffling has been taking place, this is very much in the line, this is very much which has been done by none other but the Chief Minister himself. Chief Minister himself is focusing on every district of the Uttar Pradesh, being it about noticing the law and order situation, being it about the functioning of the bureaucracy. So everything is being monitored, everything is being noticed, and this is the part of the same when we are talking about this particular reshuffling, when we are talking about this particular movement of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. So this is something, the latest what we have been told, this was the midnight reshuffling which has happened. This is 12 IAS in total which is shifted to the other places, but this is the part of the strategy for the development of the state. That's something what we have been told from the government sources. Yes, back to you.
All right, Anuj, they're getting us all the details of what's really happened in the reshuffling of the UP bureaucracy. Thank you, Anuj, for getting us all those details.
A 13-year-old boy in a tragic incident lost his life after a double-story house collapsed in a village. The deceased was asleep in the house when the house collapsed. The child's grandfather was also in the house and was rushed to a hospital after he was critically injured. He was among 7 members of the family present in the house at the time of the incident, though the rest of the members managed to escape unhurt. The child was later rushed to the hospital for immediate medical treatment but succumbed to his injuries. Bulldozers were called in to conduct excavation operations at the site of the incident. Meanwhile, the grandfather of the boy is being treated at the hospital. District Collector sought a report over the incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now viewers, getting you updates from the world of sports. A cricket tournament was organized for differently able players in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwang, aiming to bolster their confidence as they reach the national and international levels in sport. The organizer of the tournament said that he was ready to organize other activities as well if they wanted to do something else. India held an optional net session on the eve of their opening Group A match against Australia at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and only 6 players attended the session managed by coach Ramesh Pawar, with an all-rounder Radha Yadav and opener Shefali Verma among the notables at the Moseley Cricket Club. Britain's Prince Charles met with the Commonwealth Games athletes before the event's opening ceremony, and he greeted and spoke with them at the athletes' village where the competitors are staying during the Games. The German national team trained at their Euro 2022 final team base for the first time ahead of Sunday's match against the hosts England at London's Wembley Stadium. The last time England and Germany met at a Euros final was in Helsinki in 2009 when the Germans won 6-2. FC Barcelona and Sevilla reached an agreement for Chelsea target Jules Koundé, and the French international is scheduled to join Barcelona for a reported €50 million.
Keep watching Republic TV for non-stop rolling coverage on uproar in both the houses of the parliament, and opposition continue to protest. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया। मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन राजनीति का प्रतीक है। माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी।
Packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Arpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold vase, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken in view of that posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Up next, viewers, we're getting you some unfortunate news in the form of a fatal road accident that is coming to light from Punjab's Hoshiarpur, and a school student died and several sustained severe injuries is what we're learning. Accident reported in the morning between a school bus and a truck in Hoshiarpur, and class 9 student has unfortunately lost his life and several other students are injured in this incident. We are putting across those images of that school bus as well on your screens right now, and we are learning about this fatal road accident that took place in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Amandeep, my colleague, is also joining us on the broadcast with more details. Amandeep, heartbreaking news really coming to light from Punjab, where this accident has taken place. A student, we are learning, has lost his life as well. Tell us more.
Well, absolutely, Priyanka. Class 9 student has lost his life in this accident when a school bus was hit from the rear side by a truck, and even an overspeeding truck which has lost the control. And in fact, all of a sudden, school bus has gone off the road, which leads to the accident. Around 14 to 15 students sustained injuries. Out of that, 5 students were remain critical and shifted to the private hospital. And in fact, one class 9 student has reportedly died in this accident. And now police has reached on the spot and further initiated the investigation, and in fact they have taken the bus into their custody and even the truck also, and now they are trying to find out that how this accident happened. And in fact this reported in Punjab's Hoshiarpur when the school students were on their way to school, and in fact from the rear side a overspeeding truck hit and leading to the death of one student, 15 left with the severe injuries. Yes, Priyanka.
Well, thank you, Amandeep, for getting us all the updates as far as this fatal accident is concerned, with the unfortunate news that one student has lost his life and, of course, several other are injured. We'll be trusting you to keep us ahead on that massive, big developing story. Now, viewers, visuals have been coming in from United Kingdom's Birmingham as well. And we are tracking for you the kind of enthusiastic visuals that are coming to light, where Kiran Rijiju, in fact, has also shared a video he's taken to social media and has talked about the Indian contingent there at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in United Kingdom. Let's take a look at those pictures.
Welcome for the most populous nation in the Commonwealth and home to over 1 billion people.
Well, just to give you an idea of the power of the population size and the market of India, that when Neeraj Chopra, the javelin thrower, won Olympic gold in Tokyo, he became the 7th most searched for sports person in the world on the internet. Sadly, he's pulled out with a groin injury incurred at the World Championships when he took a silver medal behind Anderson Peters of Grenada, and he will be here though.
Yeah, and hoisting the tricolour flag tonight is hockeyman West Midlands. Welcome for the most populous nation in the Commonwealth and home to over 1 billion people.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
because of the search and seizure powers that we have this stash of cash coming out. Earlier about 21 crores, now 15 crores and counting. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया। मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन राजनीति का प्रतीक है। माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी।
Packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Arpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken in lieu of that posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
of the search and seizure powers that we have this stash of cash coming out. Earlier about 21 crores, now 15 crores and counting. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू कांग्रेस पार्टी की घृणा का केंद्र बनी। कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया। मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन राजनीति का प्रतीक है। माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी।
packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Arpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aid.
Well, we're cutting across to visuals we are getting for the Prime Minister's visit to Chennai. Now, this, of course, is the BJP workers over there, which are gathered in large numbers to welcome the Prime Minister on his visit to Chennai. Now, do remember that there are a host of events that are lined up in Chennai, including, of course, the 42nd convocation of the Anna University, which also is going to be held today. Now, there is also the International Chess Olympiad that the Prime Minister inaugurated yesterday.
Chennai, he will be attending the 42nd convocation of the Anna University, and he just entered the Anna University building to attend the convocation. He will be attending it along with Governor of Tamil Nadu Arun Ravi and the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. And in the reception to welcome the Honorable Prime Minister, the BJP workers have gathered and they are celebrating with dance and music, with dole and all kinds of excitement that these people are able to give him. He started from the Raj Bhavan, from right the Raj Bhavan's entrance till the Anna University's entrance. The road has been filled with BJP workers dancing and enjoying to celebrate, to welcome their Prime Minister. And this is how the situation is in. Currently we are picking up from the road from Raj Bhavan to Anna University, where the Prime Minister has gone inside to attend the 42nd convocation. And now we are seeing that not just the BJP workers but also common public have gathered here to welcome the Prime Minister. As usual, the Prime Minister also waved to every single person, and he has now entered the building of the Anna University to attend the convocation inside that is happening today. It will start in a few more minutes. Okay, okay. welcome, for grand welcome for the Prime Minister was given today. You could see how the people, not just BJP workers, but also a lot of other public, dancers, musicians, instrumentalists came down to the roads to welcome the Prime Minister. Right from the Raj Bhavan till the Anna University, the Prime Minister's convoy, just passed only for 5 minutes, but the kind of excitement and the festivities that has been going on here has been happening for more than 1 hour or 2 hours right now. The people are excited to just get a glimpse of the Prime Minister, and as like they wanted it to happen, the Prime Minister also waved his hand to all these people who've been standing here performing just for him, and he also waved at all of them, and gave them a big smile, so that the people were satisfied for waiting here for him from the morning. And they are still not done with the excitement. The festivities are still going on. People are still playing music, dancing for music. There were dancers, classical dancers who also performed. Now we have instruments like dhol and nadaswaram, and these are also very important for Tamil culture. So these kind of instruments, and on the other hand, we have the dhol that is played in the North Indian event, also North Indian style, and dancers also were present to perform all kinds of dance and music, so that they can welcome their Prime Minister like they wanted to. And this is what we are picking up from the ground here in Chennai, in the roads right in front of the Raj Bhavan to Anna University. The people have happily performed for their Prime Minister.
I want to take only 2 minutes about Modi and to state vice president. I want to take 2 minutes.
All right, so pictures on your screen are coming to you from Chennai, where the Prime Minister is attending the convocation of the Anna University. He will, of course, also be interacting with students inside the Anna University. The Prime Minister reached Chennai on Thursday, and he also inaugurated the 44th Chess Olympiad that's being held in Chennai currently. Well, we are cutting across to visuals that we are getting from Bengaluru, where thousands of people have gathered for the funeral procession of the youth who was stabbed to death in a public place last night. Now, we are given to understand that the Bengaluru top cop has in fact spoken to Republic TV over the killing of Fazil, and chorus, of course, is growing for justice to be rendered to Fazil. Even as this happens, we are given to understand that the Bengaluru top cop has spoken to Republic TV. They are trying to identify the people who could be behind the murder of Fazil. But Fazil, of course, was stabbed to death outside a shop by masked attackers in Bengaluru on Thursday evening. The savage attack, caught on CCTV camera, took place amid tensions in the district.
Yesterday's murder of Fazil, and what is the investigation is saying? Have you found out what is the reason behind this?
See, yesterday at about 8:50.
दव जय गादा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிது தெக்களமும் அது சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தர்க்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறவியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
We request our Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu to felicitate our Chief Guest, Honorable Prime Minister of India. On behalf of Anna University, we request the Vice Chancellor to present the memento to our Chief Guest, Honorable Prime Minister of India. Now we request the Honorable Higher Education Minister to felicitate our Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu. We request the Honorable Higher Education Minister to felicitate our Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. We request the Vice Chancellor to felicitate Honorable Minister of State. We request the Vice Chancellor to felicitate our Honorable Higher Education Minister. We request the Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Higher Education Minister to deliver the welcome address.
நேற்றைக்கு தமிழகத்தில் 44வது செஸ் ஒலிம்பிக் போட்டியை துவக்கி வைத்து இன்று அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் 42வது பட்டமளிப்பு விழாவிற்கு முதன்மை விருந்தினராக வருகை புரிந்து சிறப்புரையாற்றவிருக்கிற இந்திய நாட்டின் மாண்புமிகு பிரதம அமைச்சர் ஐயா நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்களே, அவர்களை வருக வருக என வரவேற்கிறேன். I extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Prime Minister of India to this esteemed institution. I thank him for the same. இளமை முதலே திராவிட இயக்கத்திற்காக உழைத்து கடந்த ஓராண்டு காலமாக தமிழகத்தை பல்வேறு துறைகளிலும் உயர்த்தி வருகின்ற கௌரவ விருந்தினர் மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதல்வர் தளபதி மு.க. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களையும் வருக வருக என வரவேற்கின்றேன். அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் வேந்தராக செயல்பட்டு கொண்டு இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய வளர்ச்சிக்காக செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிற இந்த மாணவர்களுக்கு பட்டமளிக்க வருகை புரிந்திருக்கிற தமிழகத்தின் மேதகு ஆளுநர் அன்பிற்குரிய ஐயா ரவி அவர்களையும் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு வருக வருக என்று வரவேற்கின்றேன். மத்திய இணையமைச்சர் முனைவர் எல் முருகன் அவர்களையும் வருக வருக என வரவேற்கின்றேன். அதேபோல இதை ஏற்பாடு செய்திருக்கிற உயர்கல்வித்துறை செயலர் மற்றும் துணைவேந்தர் அவர்களையும் வருக வருக என வரவேற்கின்றேன். மேலும் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியிலே கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கிற அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களையும் சட்டமன்ற நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களையும் தலைமைச் செயலாளர் முதலமைச்சரின் முதன்மை செயலாளர் உள்ளிட்ட அனைத்து அரசு செயலாளர்களையும், ஆட்சி மன்ற குழு உறுப்பினர்களையும் மற்றும் பேராசிரிய பெருமக்களையும், பட்டம் பெறவிருக்கிற மாணவ மாணவியர்களையும், அவர்களுடைய பெற்றோர்களையும், ஊடகத்துறை சார்ந்தவர்களையும் அன்புடன் வருக வருக என வரவேற்கிறேன். இந்த பட்டமளிப்பு விழாவில் பட்டம் பெறுகிற நீங்கள் உங்கள் எதிர்கால வாழ்க்கையில் வளம்பல பெற்று நலமோடு வாழ நம்முடைய தமிழக முதல்வர் அவர்கள் தன்னுடைய பிறந்த நாளில் அறிவித்த நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தின் மூலமாக பல்வேறு சாதனைகளை உயர்கல்வித்துறையில் செய்திருக்கிறார். பட்டம் பெறும் நீங்கள் வேலைவாய்ப்பை தேடுபவர்களாக மட்டும் இல்லாமல் வேலை தருகின்ற நிறுவன அதிபர்களாகவும் ஆக வேண்டும் என்ற எண்ணத்தோடு பாடத்திட்டங்களை உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்று ஆணையிட்டிருக்கிறார். எப்படி மருத்துவம் படித்த மாணவர்கள் அரசு வேலையை மட்டும் சார்ந்திராமல் தனியார் மருத்துவமனைகளையும் உருவாக்கி பலருக்கு வேலைவாய்ப்பை கொடுக்கிறார்களோ, அதுபோல பொறியியல் பட்டம் பெறுகிற நீங்களும் உங்கள் தகுதி திறமைக்கு ஏற்ப சிறு சிறு தொழில்களை உருவாக்கி தொழில் முனைவர்களாக வர வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சருடைய நோக்கம். உயர்கல்வித்துறையுடன் தொழில்துறை மற்றும் பல துறைகளையும் இணைத்து நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தை தனது தலைமையிலேயே செயல்படுத்துகிறார். அதையெல்லாம் மனதில் கொண்டு நீங்கள் செயல்பட வேண்டும். பட்டம் பெற்று வெளியே செல்லவிருக்கிற நீங்கள் வேலை தேடுபவர்களாக மட்டும் இல்லாமல் வேலை கொடுப்பவர்களாகவும் மாற வேண்டும் என்று உங்களை நான் அன்போடு வேண்டி கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றேன். அது மட்டுமல்ல, இந்தியாவிலேயே உயர்கல்வி படிப்பவர்களின் எண்ணிக்கையில் தமிழகம்தான் முதலிடம். 53% உயர்கல்வி பெறுகின்றனர். அதிலும் தற்காலங்களில் ஆண்களை விட பெண்களே அதிகம் பயிலுகின்றனர். இந்த ஆண்டில் கூட இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்திலே பதக்கம் பெறுபவர்களில் பெண்களே அதிகம். 56.5% பேர் பெண்கள் பரிசுகளை பெறுகின்றனர். மொத்தம் 69 பெண்கள், 30 ஆண்கள். தமிழகத்திலே நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிற மாற்றம், வளர்ச்சி. பெண்களின் உயர்கல்வியை உயர்த்த வேண்டும் என்ற நோக்கத்தோடுதான் அரசு பள்ளிகளில் படித்த மாணவிகள் உயர்கல்வியை சேர்ந்தால் அவர்களுக்கு மாதம் ரூபாய் 1000 ஊக்கத்தொகை வழங்கப்படும் என அறிவித்திருக்கிற ஒரே முதல்வர் நம்முடைய முதல்வர் தான் என்பதை மறந்துவிடக்கூடாது. I kindly inform those lady students who have studied in government schools in the villages, if they go to higher education, they will be given 1000 rupees per month. This is the first time in India our Chief Minister is introducing. This is because to improve women education in India, that is our Chief Minister is doing in Tamil Nadu. மேலும் கிராமப்புற மாணவர்களின் உயர்கல்வி பெற வேண்டும் என்ற நோக்கத்தோடு கலைஞர் அவர்கள் நுழைவுத் தேர்வை ரத்து செய்தார். அதனால் அதற்கு முன்னர் 25,000 இருந்த கிராமப்புற மாணவர்களின் சேர்க்கை எண்ணிக்கையை 77,000 உயர்ந்தது. This is because of the abolition of entrance test to the engineering colleges. It increased the strength from 25,000 to 77,000 in engineering colleges. மேலும் தற்போது அரசு பள்ளிகளில் படிக்கிற மாணவர்களுக்கு தொழிற்கல்வியில் 7.5% உள் ஒதுக்கீட்டையும் நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் வழங்கி இருக்கிறார்கள். அது மட்டுமின்றி அவ்வொதுக்கீட்டில் சேரும் மாணவர்களுக்கு உண்டான விடுதி கட்டணம், கல்வி கட்டணம், பேருந்து கட்டணம் உள்ளிட்ட அனைத்து கட்டணங்களையும் அரசே ஏற்கும் என அறிவித்துள்ளார்கள். அவர் Chief Minister is announced 7.5% to the students who have studied in the government schools. Not only 7.5%, their education fee, there is no education fee, there is no hostel fee, there is no transport fee. These are
Republic TV, and still to come, the BJP reminds the Congress of how Rajnath Singh was summoned before the Privileges Committee of Parliament in 2012. And we will also continue to get you the latest of the Prime Minister's visit to Anna University.
முறை அவருக்கு என்னுடைய நன்றியையும் வரவேற்பையும் சொல்லி விடைபெறுகிறேன். I once again welcome our Prime Minister.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
At least 30 children were allegedly given the COVID-19 vaccine using a single syringe at a school in Sagar in Madhya Pradesh. Now, the police officials have said that they have received a complaint and the district administration collected the children's blood samples for further investigation. A school teacher was reportedly suspended from her job after a video of her entering a flooded school by climbing over plastic chairs held by students went viral on the social media. In the video, a group of children could be seen walking through water to place.
Britain's Prince Charles met with the Commonwealth Games athletes before the event's opening ceremony, and he greeted and spoke with them at the athletes' village where the competitors are staying during the Games. The German national team trained at their Euro 2022 final team base for the first time ahead of Sunday's match against the hosts England at London's Wembley Stadium. The last time England and Germany met at a Euros final was in Helsinki in 2009 when the Germans won 6-2. FC Barcelona and Sevilla reached an agreement for Chelsea target Jules Koundé, and the French international is scheduled to join Barcelona for a reported 50 million euros.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
A 13-year-old boy in a tragic incident lost his life after a double-story house collapsed in a village. The deceased was asleep in the house when the house collapsed. The child's grandfather was also in the house and was rushed to a hospital after he was critically injured. He was among 7 members of the family present in the house at the time of the incident, though the rest of the members managed to escape unhurt. The child was later rushed to the hospital for immediate medical treatment but succumbed to his injuries. Bulldozers were called in to conduct excavation operations at the site of the incident. Meanwhile, the grandfather of the boy is being treated at the hospital. District
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
I believe there will be a quality change in the higher education in Tamil Nadu and attitudinal changes among the students in the coming years. The online program MBA has been successfully launched in October 2021. Several short-term courses on emerging technologies and courses promoting Indian traditional values of Siddha and Ayurveda are also in progress to launch through online. The Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India has invited Anna University to participate in implementing the E-Vidya Bharati and E-Arogya Bharati network project, which aims to provide scholarships to African students for pursuing online degree program. 88 books were authored by faculty members of Anna University during the last academic year. In research perspective, a total of 89 research papers were published in international journals by faculty members of Anna University. Anna University bagged Clarivate India Research Citation Excellence Award for highest citations among the state universities in India. The university received a total of 103 sponsored research projects with a total amount of 31.75 crores and 906 consultancy services to the tune of rupees 35.98 crores during this academic year. Anna University KBC Research Center of Anna University is now executing a consortium project worth 11.79 crores under the Bashini Mission project. Anna University was granted with 23 patents during the year 21-22. In innovation and incubation perspective, out of 25 incubatees registered with Anna University during the last year with Atal Incubation Center, one of the incubatee, Space Kids Private Limited, is going to launch Asadi Sat, a satellite built by 750 government school girls from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, which will be launched by ISRO in remembrance of Asadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Tamil Nadu government established Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Corporation partnering with the MIT Anna University in 2022. The Department of Information Technology, Government of Tamil Nadu, is presently establishing an IT&D hub at a cost of rupees 54.61 crore in Anna University on emerging and deep tech startups. A research park inside the CEG campus with a budget of rupees 50 crores is in progress to promote innovation, incubation, and accelerating the growth of startups. With respect to students' achievements, 256 companies took place in the recruitment process and 79.4% of undergraduate students were placed through campus recruitment process. Students have excelled in various sports activities, notably Khelo India achievements with gold in aquatics, silver in karate, gold in tennis, and gold in weightlifting and several other tournaments. Regarding green initiatives, e-vehicle operation inside the campus, solar PV plant, network load monitoring system for 50 buildings inside CEG campus were executed, and wastewater treatment with ultra-filtration improvement of groundwater level by storage of rainwater runoff in pond are under progress. Received District Green Champion certificate from Ministry of Education, Government of India in the year 2022 for the adoption of implementation of best practices of Swachhta Action Plan. Anna University ranked 8th in the world in the Sustainable Development Goals, Affordable Clean Energy by Times Higher Education, the impact ranking based on research output in 2021-22. With regard to outreach and extension activities, Anna University adopted Pattipulam village in Chengalpattu, Mambakam village in Kanjipuram, Melathur village in Sriperumbudur, Tirupalivanam village and Pallipalayam village in Thiruvarur. Our Chancellor's recent initiatives of fortnight independence celebration through all Vice Chancellors will definitely reach all the villages of Tamil Nadu through university, colleges and schools. Anna University is in the process of developing a model village by means of adopting various technologies in agriculture towards increasing the farmers' income. Anna Community Radio, the first community radio in India by an educational institution in 2004, is doing several extension activities and declared as lead community radio station by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India in 2022. Anna University has been working on every functional aspects, competing with the global universities with the benchmarking standards, and it is visible that recently Anna University attained a position of 551 to 560th position. from the 800 to 1000 position from the last year as per QS World Ranking 2023. It is our pride to note that our Anna University occupies the 13th position among the Indian universities as per 2023 QS ranking. Anna University reached such heights only with the active participation of all our, and the institute is grateful to the Government of India and Government of Tamil Nadu for its continued and sustained encouragement and support. Anna University attained a historical value with the presence of our Honorable Prime Minister today, and we are strongly assured that our Anna University pledges its fullest participation along with the country towards attaining the status Vishwaguru in the new emerging world order. My hearty congratulations to all graduates and rank holders and my best wishes for all your future endeavors. வாழ்க தமிழகம், வாழ்க பாரதம், வாழிய வையகம்.
I declare this convocation open. This convocation of Anna University has been called on to confer the degrees and diplomas in the faculties of civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, information and communication engineering, technology, architecture and planning, science and humanities and management sciences upon candidates who in the examinations recently held for the purpose have been certified to be worthy of the same.
We request the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu to address the gathering.
அன்புள்ள அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய 42வது பட்டமளிப்பு விழாவில் முதன்மை விருந்தினராக வருகை தந்து சிறப்பித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு இந்திய பிரதமர் நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு ஆளுநரும்
Stalin has started to speak.
பல்கலைக்கழக
In his
வேந்தருமான
speech, he first welcomes the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to have come to this 42nd convocation of Anna University. He then welcomes the Governor of Tamil Nadu, R.N. Ravi. He now welcomes the Higher Education Minister, who is also the Deputy Chancellor of the Anna University, Ponmudi. He now welcomes the Minister of State, L. Murugan. He welcomes the Vice Chancellor of Anna University. He now welcomes all the ministers of the state of Tamil Nadu who are present here today. He also welcomes the Higher Education Department officials who are also present there. He welcomes the Chennai Corporation Mayor. Now he finally greets the staff and students of the Anna University. He says that yesterday the International Chess Olympiad was inaugurated by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the first time ever that it is happening in India, and it's happening in Asia for the third time. This kind of an international recognition has been received to Tamil Nadu. From yesterday, the reputation and recognition for India in the international chess circuit has reached the sky.
மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்களுக்கு இன்று மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
He once again thanks the Prime Minister for coming down to Chennai and inaugurating the International Chess Olympiad that was conducted yesterday.
NIIE, NIRF அந்த தரவரிசை பட்டியலில் இடம்பெற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய நிறுவனங்களில் மிக பெருவாரியான தமிழ்நாட்டை சார்ந்தவை என்பது அனைவருக்கும் தெரியும்.
He says that when the NIRF rankings was announced, a lot and a majority of the institutions were from Tamil Nadu. And he wants to welcome the Prime Minister once again on behalf of everybody.
மாணவ மாணவியர் அனைவருக்கும் எனது மனமார்ந்த வாழ்த்துக்களை முதலில் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
He conveys his wishes to all the students who are graduating today.
அவர்களுடைய பெயரில் அமைந்துள்ள பல்கலைக்கழகத்துடைய பட்டமளிப்பு விழாவில் பேரறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள் மதுரை காமராசர் பல்கலைக்கழகத்துடைய பட்டமளிப்பு விழாவில் பேசும்போது சுட்டி காட்டியதை நான் சுருக்கமாக உங்களுக்கு எடுத்துக் கூற விரும்புகிறேன்.
He says he wants to talk about a very small statement that Peraringer Anna had mentioned in Madurai Kamaraj University's convocation back then.
பட்டம் பெற்ற நீங்கள் தான் இந்த நாட்டினுடைய திருவிளக்கு. நாட்டை செழிக்க செய்யக்கூடிய வல்லுநர்கள் நீங்கள் தான். தமிழ் உமது முரசம்.
Says that this degree is not just for you but also for the country, to develop the country and to take part in the growth of the country. This is going to help.
ஏற்றமிகு வெற்றியினை ஈட்டுவீர் என்று பேரறிஞர் அறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள் சொன்னதைத்தான் உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நான் எடுத்துக்காட்டிட விரும்புகிறேன். இந்த பட்டத்தோடு உங்களுடைய படிப்பு முடிந்து விடுவதில்லை. அந்த பட்டத்தை நோக்கி உயருங்கள். பட்டங்கள் என்பவை வேலைவாய்ப்புக்காக மட்டுமல்ல.
He says that your education does not end with this degree.
உங்களுக்கு பட்டம் வழங்கும் விழாவுக்கு
it is not just a degree. This is the way that you can increase your intelligence and your knowledge.
முதன்மை விருந்தினராக வருகை தந்துள்ளார். இது உங்களுக்கு கிடைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய மிகப்பெரிய பெருமை. நான் பட்டம் வாங்கும்போது பிரதமரே
You all are blessed. You have to be proud that you are able to receive your degree from the Prime Minister himself.
இத்தகைய பெருமைகளோடு எதிர்காலத்திற்குள்
You can always recall this moment and say with pride that you got to receive your degrees from the Prime Minister.
சாதி, மதம், மனம், அதிகாரம், வயது, அனுபவம், பதவி, நாடுகள், வளர்ச்சி ஆகிய அனைத்தின் தன்மையும் ஆளுக்கு ஆள், நேரத்துக்கு நேரம், நாட்டுக்கு நாடு வேறுபடுகிறது. ஆனால் அறிவு மட்டும்தான் அனைத்தையும் கடந்து ஒரே அளவுகோடு அளவிடப்படும்.
Age, caste, religion or be it anything else, it will differ from country to country, but knowledge is the only thing that is going to be equal for everybody.
தஞ்சை பெரிய கோயில் என வரலாற்றில் நிலைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய பல படைப்புகளை தனது தொழில்நுட்ப அறிவால் எல்லோருக்கும் முன்னோடியாக தமிழன் படைத்திருக்கிறார். கல்வி என்பதுதான் யாராலும்
Tamil people have always had the knowledge of everything,
படிப்புக்கு மட்டும் எத்தகைய தடை
including engineering, technology and architecture, everything way back then itself. We believe that everybody should be able to get maximum education in all the fields possible. That is why we are making sure that the Dravidian model that we are following makes sure that every person, every single student in the state gets proper education, equal education.
அனைவருக்கும் கல்வி, அனைவருக்கும் கல்லூரி கல்வி, அனைவருக்கும் உயர்கல்வி, அனைவருக்கும் ஆராய்ச்சி கல்வி என்ற இலக்கை நோக்கி தமிழ்நாடு
A 13-year-old boy in a tragic incident lost his life after a double-story house collapsed in a village. The deceased was asleep in the house when the house collapsed. The child's grandfather was also in the house and was rushed to a hospital after he was critically injured. He was among 7 members of the family present in the house at the time of the incident, though the rest of the members managed to escape unhurt. The child was later rushed to the hospital for immediate medical treatment but succumbed to his injuries. Bulldozers were called in to conduct excavation operations at the site of the incident. Meanwhile, the grandfather of the boy is being treated at the hospital. District Collector sought a report over the incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से और कश्मीरी
Now viewers, getting you updates from the world of sports. A cricket tournament was organized for differently able players in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwang, aiming to bolster their confidence as they reach the national and international levels in sport. The organizer of the tournament said that he was ready to organize other activities as well if they wanted to do something else. India held an optional net session on the eve of their opening Group A match against Australia at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and only 6 players attended the session managed by coach Ramesh Pawar, with an all-rounder Radha Yadav and opener Shefali Verma among the notables at the Moseley Cricket Club.
உள்ள சுமார் 10 லட்சம் இளைஞர்களை படிப்பில், அறிவில், சிந்தனையில், ஆற்றலில், திறமையில் திட்டமிட மேற்கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். அவர்கள் வேலை பெறுவதற்கான வாய்ப்புகள் அதிகரிக்க செய்து அவர்களின் திறமையை அவர்களுக்கு உணர்த்தி அதன் மூலம் ஒட்டுமொத்த இந்தியாவை நம்மை பெற்றிடும் வகையில், நாம் பெற்றிடக்கூடிய வகையில் இந்த திட்டம் துவக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. தொழில்நுட்ப மாற்றங்கள் மற்றும் 4ஆம் தலைமுறை தொழில் வளர்ச்சி இண்டஸ்ட்ரி 4.0 என்ற அந்த அடிப்படைக்கு ஏற்ப நமது இளைஞர்கள் தயாராக வேண்டும் என்பதே என்னுடைய வேண்டுகோள். தொழிற்சாலைகளின் தரம் உயர்த்த தொழில் புத்தாக்க மையங்கள், இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் இன்னோவேஷன் சென்டர்ஸ் உருவாக்கி வருகிறோம். நான் அடிக்கடி சொல்லி வருவது போல 2026ஆம் ஆண்டுக்குள் தமிழகத்தின் 2 மில்லியன் இளைஞர்களின் திறன் மேம்பாடு அடைய வேண்டும். அதில் நீங்களும் இடம்பெற்றாக வேண்டும். 2030ஆம் ஆண்டுக்குள் தமிழகத்தில் $1 டிரில்லியன் பொருளாதாரத்தை வளர்க்க வேண்டும். அதிலும் உங்கள் பங்கு இருக்க வேண்டும். எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லாம் என்ற இலக்கை நோக்கிய உலகத்தை உருவாக்க நீங்கள் உங்களை ஒப்படைத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்களை அனைத்து வகையிலும் தகுதிப்படுத்திக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்களது வளர்ச்சிக்கு தடையாக எது இருந்தாலும் அதனை தகர்த்து முன்னேற்றம் காணுங்கள். உங்களது கனவுகளை மட்டுமல்ல, உங்களது பெற்றோர் கனவுகளை நிறைவேற்றுங்கள். உங்களிடமிருந்து எந்த மாநிலமும் இந்திய நாடும் நிறைய எதிர்பார்க்கிறது. தமிழ்நாட்டின் தலை சிறந்த தொழில்நுட்ப கல்வி நிறுவனத்தில் பட்டம் பெற்றிருக்கிறீர்கள். அரசியலமைப்பு வலியுறுத்தும் அறிவியல் மனப்பான்மையை நீங்கள் வளர்த்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும். பழமைவாதத்தை புறந்தள்ளி புதிய கருத்துக்களை ஏற்று பகுத்தறிவு பாதையை நடைபோட்டால்தான் நீங்கள் பெற்ற பட்டத்துக்கு பெருமை. இன்று முதல் நீங்கள் பட்டதாரிகள் மட்டுமல்ல, வளரப்போகக்கூடிய இந்தியாவினுடைய தமிழ்நாட்டில் நல்லெண்ண தூதுவர்கள். என் அன்பிற்குரிய மாணவ மனிதருக்கு என்னுடைய அன்பான வாழ்த்துக்களும் அறிவான பாராட்டுகளும் எப்பொழுதும் உண்டு. நம்முடைய திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியில் தமிழ்நாட்டு உயர்கல்வியின் பொற்காலத்தை உருவாக்க தொடர்ந்து அயராது உழைப்போம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
We will all come together and work so that we will be able to bring about the golden period of higher education in the state. And he ends his speech with, let's work hard together.
Let the candidates be now presented.
Honorable Chancellor, I present unto you the awardees for the University Gold Medals for first rank holders in the faculties of Civil Engineering, Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Information and Communication Engineering,
Technology, and Architecture and Planning who have been certified after examination to be duly qualified to receive the degrees and medals. We request you to present the medals. Faculty of Civil Engineering. Srinidhi H, BE Civil Engineering. Ramya N, BE Civil Engineering, Tamil Medium. Mohana Priya B, BE Agricultural and Irrigation Engineering. Kausalyavati VK, BE Civil Engineering, Tamil Medium. Samarth K. Arora, BE Environmental Engineering. Malavika V, BE Civil Engineering. Krishnan J, BE Agriculture Engineering. Chelsea Serlin K, BE Geoinformatics Engineering. Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. Vijay A, BE Mechanical Engineering, Tamil Medium.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
A 13-year-old boy in a tragic incident lost his life after a double-story house collapsed in a village. The deceased was asleep in the house when the house collapsed. The child's grandfather was also in the house and was rushed to a hospital after he was critically injured. He was among 7 members of the family present in the house at the time of the incident, though the rest of the members managed to escape unhurt. The child was later rushed to the hospital for immediate medical treatment but succumbed to his injuries. Bulldozers were called in to conduct excavation operations at the site of the incident. Meanwhile, the grandfather of the boy is being treated at the hospital. District Collector sought a report over the incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Now viewers, getting you updates from the world of sports. A cricket tournament was organized for differently able players in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwang, aiming to bolster their confidence as they reach the national and international levels in sport. The organizer of the tournament said that he was ready to organize other activities as well if they wanted to do something else. India held an optional net session on the eve of their opening Group A match against Australia at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and only
development. Once again, another Congress leader defends insult of the president. This time it's Congress MP Rajmani Patel, saying it was a slip of tongue, and also that there is no reason for Sonia Gandhi to apologize. So the Congress continues with its defense of the abusive comment made by its leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary yesterday. It says here that another leader now says that it was just a slip of tongue after Mr. Chaudhary himself had gone into a defense of his comment. He had referred to the Rashtrapati as Rashtrapatni and saying it was a slip of tongue. And the Congress MP who has said this is Rajmani Patel, and she says this to Republic.
हमारे संविधान ने, हमारे कानून ने, हमारी व्यवस्था ने जो विपक्ष का दायित्व दिया है, अधिकार दिया है, उसी अधिकार के तहत विपक्ष आवाज़ उठा रहा है। और विपक्ष कोई व्यक्तिगत मामला नहीं उठा रहा है, किसी के हित में, किसी के विरोध में मामला नहीं उठा रहा है, बल्कि उठा रहा है कि सांसद को चुन करके इस देश की जनता भेजती है। इस देश की जनता का प्रतिबिंब होता है सांसद। तो जो जनता की समस्या है, जो जनता के जीवन से जुड़ी हुई है, आज महंगाई से आम जनता की कमर टूट गई है, आज उसकी ज़िंदगी बसर नहीं हो रही है, आज अपने बच्चों को पढ़ा नहीं पा रहे हैं, आज बेरोजगारी चरम सीमा पर है कि वो गलत कामों की ओर हमारा नौजवान जो हमारे देश की ताकत है वो दूसरे रास्ते की तरफ मुड़ रहा है। तो इन मुद्दों को अगर उठाना माने अपराध है, इन मुद्दों पर चर्चा करना अगर अपराध है, तो फिर मोदी जी बता दें कि सदन में चर्चा काहे के लिए करना चाहिए। तो इस मुद्दे को अगर उठाते हैं सरकार से कि भाई इस पर चर्चा करिए, देश की जनता की निगाह है, देश की जनता का भविष्य जुड़ा हुआ है, इस देश के बेरोजगारों का भविष्य जुड़ा हुआ है, तो इसमें कहते हैं कि हंगामा करते हैं, तो ये सवाल न उठाएं। तो सवाल क्या उठाएं सदन में? सदन में सांसदों की जिम्मेदारी क्या संविधान देता है, कानून क्या जिम्मेदारी देता है?
So breaking news coming in now. The Congress continues to remain apologetic, defiant on its stand that it was a slip of tongue that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary abused the chair, abused the president, referring to her as Rashtrapatni, even though the BJP has said that it was abusive and not a term that actually exists.
In a bizarre incident, watch students of primary school in Uttar Pradesh Baldio area making a bridge of chairs for teachers to enter the waterlogged school. This is yet another incident which went viral of teachers allegedly involved in a bizarre incident. Visuals show students drenched in knee-deep water making pathway for teachers by placing chairs in a row. Soon after the video went viral, the teachers were suspended.
उक्त वीडियो का हमने संज्ञान लिया है, उच्च अधिकारियों के भी संज्ञान में उक्त वीडियो है और हमने अध्यापिका के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही कर दी है.
Similarly, a teacher was suspended in Uttar Pradesh Hardoi district few days earlier after a video of her getting massage from students went viral. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Muttu Ruby, BTech Fashion Technology. Faculty of Architecture.
At least 3 children allegedly given the COVID-19 vaccine using a single syringe at a school in Sagar in Madhya Pradesh. Now, the police officials have said that they have received a complaint and the district administration collected the children's blood samples for further investigation. A school teacher was reportedly suspended from her job after a video of her entering a flooded school by climbing over plastic chairs held by students went viral on the social media. In the video, a group of children could be seen walking through water to place
Britain's Prince Charles met with the Commonwealth Games athletes before the event's opening ceremony, and he greeted and spoke with them at the athletes' village where the competitors are staying during the Games. The German national team trained at their Euro 2022 final team base for the first time ahead of Sunday's match against the hosts England at London's Wembley Stadium. The last time England and Germany met at a Euros final was in Helsinki in 2009 when the Germans won 6-2. FC Barcelona and Sevilla reached an agreement for Chelsea target Jules Koundé, and the French international is scheduled to join Barcelona for a reported €50 million.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
And it's a big boost for country's defense capabilities. India received the first lot of the 2 US-built MH-60R multi-role helicopters at the Cochin International Airport.
My young friends, their parents and teachers, Anaivarukam Vanakkam. First of all, congratulations to all those who are graduating today in the Anna University's 42nd convocation. You would have already built a future of yourself in your minds. Therefore, today is not only a day of achievements, but also of aspirations. I wish that all the dreams of our youth come true. This is also a special time for teaching staff and non-teaching staff, support staff at Anna University. You are nation builders who are creating the leaders of tomorrow. You have seen many batches come and go, but each batch is unique. They leave their own set of memories. I specifically wish the parents of those who are graduating today, your sacrifices have been crucial to your child's achievement. Today, we are here to celebrate the achievements of our youth in the vibrant city of Chennai. In February 1897, 125 years ago, Swami Vivekananda spoke to the Madras Times. He was asked about his plan for the future of India. He said, and I quote, "My faith is in the younger generation, the modern generation. Out of them will come my workers. They will work out the whole problem like lions," unquote. Those words are still relevant. But this time, it is not only India that is looking towards its youths. The whole world is looking at India's youth with hope. Because you are the growth engines of the country. And India is the world's growth engine. It is a great honor. It is also a great responsibility, which I am sure you will excel in. Friends, when speaking of faith in our youth, how can we forget Bharat Ratna, former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam? I'm sure that it is a matter of pride for everyone in the Anna University that Dr. Kalam was closely associated with this university. I've heard that the room he stayed in has been converted into a memorial. May his thoughts and values inspire our youth. Friends, we are graduating in unique times. Some will call it a time of global uncertainty, but I would call it a time of great opportunity. The COVID-19 pandemic was an unprecedented event. It was once in a century crisis that nobody had an user manual for. It tested every country. As you know, adversities reveal what we are made of. India faced the unknown confidently, thanks to its scientists, healthcare workers, professionals, and common people. As a result, today every sector in India is bursting with new life. Whether it is industry, innovation, investment, or international trade, India at the forefront. Our industry has risen to the occasion. For example, electronic manufacturing. In the last year, India was the world's second largest mobile phone manufacturer. Innovation is becoming a way of life. In just the last 6 years, the number of recognized startups increased by 15,000%. Yes, you heard that right. 15,000%. From just 417 in 2016, it is nearly 73,000 now. When industry and innovation do well, investments follow. Last year, India received a record FDI of over $83 billion. Our startups too received record funding post-pandemic. Above all this, India's position in the international trade dynamics is at its best ever. Our country recorded the highest ever exports of goods and services. We exported food grain at a crucial time for the world. We recently signed a trade deal with UAE to our west and with Australia to our east. India is becoming a vital link in global supply chains. We have the chance to make the greatest impact now as India is converting obstacles into opportunities. Friends, most of you have studied in streams related to engineering or technology. In this era of tech-led disruptions, there are three important factors in your favor. The first factor is there is a taste for technology. There is a growing sense of comfort with the use of technology. Even the poorest of the poor are adapting to it. Farmers use apps to get information about markets, weather and prices. Homemakers are using technology to make their lives easier. Children are learning using technology. Small vendors are using digital payments. If you give them cash, some of them will actually tell you they prefer digital. India is the world leader in digital payments and fintech. A huge market for technological innovations is waiting for you to do your magic. The second factor is there is trust in risk takers. Earlier, at social occasions, it was difficult for a youngster to say he or she was an entrepreneur. People used to tell them to get settled, meaning get a salaried job. Now, the situation is opposite. People ask whether you have tried to start something on your own. Even if one is working in a job, it is seen a closer to work for startups. The rise of risk takers means two things for you. You can take risks on your own, or you can build upon the opportunities created by others. The third factor, there is temperament for reform. Earlier, there was a notion that a strong government means it should control everything and everyone. But we have changed this. A strong government does not control everything or everyone. It controls the system's impulse to interfere. A strong government is not restrictive, but is responsive. A strong government does not move into every domain. It limits itself and makes space for people's talent. A strong government strength lies in its humility to accept that it cannot know or do everything. This is why you see reforms in every sphere that make greater space for the people and their freedom. The new national education policy ensures greater freedom for youth to take decisions according to evolving situations. The scrapping of nearly 25,000 compliances is boosting ease of living. Removal of angel tax, removal of retrospective tax, and reduction of corporate tax are encouraging investments and industry. The reforms in drones, space, and geospatial sectors are opening up new avenues. The reforms in the infrastructure sector through PM Gati Shakti Master Plan are creating world-class infrastructure at speed and scale. There is taste for technology, trust in risk takers, temperament for freedom, for reform. All these factors are creating a platform for you where opportunities are created, sustained, and grown. Friends, the next 25 years are crucial for both you and India. It is the Amrit Kal leading up to the 100th year of independence. We are lucky that many young people like you will build their own future as well as India's. So, your growth is India's growth. Your learnings are India's learnings. Your victory is India's victory. So when you make your plans for yourself and your family, remember that you are automatically making plans for India too. It is a historic opportunity that only your generation has. Take it and make the best out of it. Once again, congratulations and all the best. Thank you.
Now we request the candidates to stand and take the pledge.
We shall, in thought, word and deed, ever endeavor to be scrupulously honest in the discharge of our duties in our profession, and shall uphold the dignity and integrity of our profession and the honor of our university.
Well, we are cutting across to visuals that we are getting of the Union Minister Smriti Irani currently meeting President Draupadi Murmu. Now, in a tweet, Smriti Irani said, and I quote, "Had the privilege of calling upon the Honourable President of India, Draupadi Murmu ji." So those are pictures on your screen of Smriti Irani meeting Draupadi Murmu, the newly elected president. She, of course, President took oath on the 25th of July, and thereafter, of course, we have seen a large amount of controversy break out over the office of the president. Smriti Irani, of course, has defended the president very robustly.
Strict actions on all the three cases. I will not explain anything now. As and when required, whatever is necessary within the frame of law, we will do all actions. It might be UP model or Karnataka model. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Minister of Karnataka, Basvaraj Bommai, speaking about law and order, going on to say that we will do whatever we can to make sure that the culprits are brought to book. We are heading back into the other breaking news that we were just tracking. Pictures on your screen are of the Union Minister Smriti Irani meeting the President Draupadi Murmu. Now, Smriti Irani's meeting, of course, does come under at a time when there has been controversy surrounding the comment of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress party, where he referred to the President as Rashtrapatni. That, of course, led to a debate as well as a furor in both houses of parliament. The Congress party, of course, so far has refused to apologize. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary saying that it was an inadvertent mistake. But Smriti Irani over there in those pictures with the President, she's also tweeted about it, that she went in to meet the new President of the country, Draupadi Murmu, at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And here's the latest that we are getting in the Bengal cash scam. In fact, this is a stunning twist that is coming to light. The ED, which is investigating this particular case, has said that there appears to be a case that 4 cars are missing from Arpita Mukherjee's Toliganj flat. The ED has recovered only 1 car out of the 5 that belonged to Arpita Mukherjee after raiding the premises. Now, the remaining 4 cars are believed to be missing. Now, the ED is, of course, searching for where these cars could perhaps be. Do remember that various apartments of Arpita Mukherjee have been raided by the Enforcement Directorate, and a huge amount of seizures have been made at both flats. These seizures, of course, include cash, gold coins, property deeds, as well as silver. But the latest that we are getting on this is that the ED believes that there are 4 luxury vehicles that belong to Arpita Mukherjee which are currently missing. The ED, of course, is trying to track those down. It's only one that they have been able to seize in this particular case. Do remember that Arpita Mukherjee as well as Partha Chatterjee are both in the ED's custody, where questioning is where they are being questioned in the Bengal cash scam. Piyush Ori is reporting from outside the Enforcement Directorate's office in Kolkata. He's getting us the latest. Piyush, good morning. Piyush, give us more details in terms of the ED's investigation. Okay, I don't think we've been able to establish that link with Piyush Ori. He's reporting from outside the ED's office in Kolkata. But after the massive amount of cash as well as gold and silver and property deeds that were seized from the various apartments that belong to Arpita Mukherjee, we're now learning that the ED is on the lookout for about 4 luxury cars that belong to Arpita Mukherjee but have now seemed to have gone missing. I think we've got Piyush back. Piyush, take us through the details of the investigation.
So definitely, as you said, the Enforcement Directorate is now tightening its hold over this recruitment scam which involves Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. And in this, now we are getting to know that there are 4 luxury cars reportedly belonging to Arpita Mukherjee that is now beginning to miss. What we have been also told is that it is these luxurious cars where some very important documents and also the black money involving from this recruitment scam was there. So now, the ED officials are beginning their search for these vehicles. And if they are going to get these vehicles, we have been told that it is going to further tighten their hold over this recruitment scam, which has, rocked the politics of Bengal and which has already weakened the stature of Partha Chatterjee, which has also been sacked from all the cabinet berths from the TMC. Back to you in the studio.
Absolutely. Now, Piyush, we are learning that Partha Chatterjee as well as Arpita Mukherjee were taken for their medical checkups. Of course, for Partha Chatterjee, the court has ordered regular medical checkups. But give us more details in terms of how their questioning will now go forward.
So, they have just been taken to ESI hospital here at Joka in Kolkata, outside the suburbs of Kolkata, for the medical examination. Now, this medical examination, at least for Partha Chatterjee, is very important because as Partha Chatterjee said, that, he was suffering from several illnesses. and he definitely required some relief from the questioning of Enforcement Directorate. However, when the same examination was being done by AIIMS Bhubaneswar, it was found out that he could be questioned, which ultimately led to his being taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate. So now, as per the court orders, there are medical examinations that need to be regularly done for Partha Chatterjee, and the Enforcement Directorate is complying by this rule. Having said that, the Enforcement Directorate is making no stone unturned to make sure that they tighten their hold over this recruitment scam. And for this, there are several raids that have been happening at the associate of Partha Chatterjee's associate Arpita Mukherjee, in which the Enforcement Directorate has been successful in finding the heaps of cash. They have been able to find these heaps of cash, and now the main challenge for the Enforcement Directorate officials is to find the source of income. And for this, the investigation is ongoing. Back to you in the studio.
Now, what I also wanted to understand is that the ED seems to be, wanting to interrogate more people to be able to ascertain the extent really of this scam. So any inputs that you're getting on that?
Well, this recruitment scam has rocked the politics of Bengal, and it is now rightly said that it is not only Partha Mukherjee, who by the way is one of the senior ministers of TMC. He was the education minister and was the industries minister when he was arrested, cannot be involved. So for this, what we have been told is that another senior minister known as Maulik Bhattacharya, he is also being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. He can also today come at any time for questioning for the Enforcement Directorate. We are over here at Enforcement Directorate waiting for his arrival. We hope that today he may come to Enforcement Directorate for questioning. Besides this, the officer of special duty for Partha Chatterjee, Sukanto Acharya, he's also been asked by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning. The BJP, which has been staging its protest over this entire scam ever since this scam has occurred, say that it is not only Partha Chatterjee or Arpita Mukherjee, but several other leaders that are involved in this scam. And all major leaders of TMC, especially those who are there in the education department, should be interrogated. They say that this scam is not only restricted to 53 crore, but can range up to hundreds of crores. What is going to be the outcome? It can only come out when the Enforcement Directorate completes its investigation. Back to you in the studio.
Right. Piyush, thank you very much for bringing us those details. As Piyush is pointing out, of course, the investigations by the ED are continuing. They are now on the lookout for 4 luxury vehicles that belong to Arpita Mukherjee.
Directorate is tightening its grip over Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, but there are claims that there are more senior TMC leaders who are involved. As BJP says is going to commit its count on the street for this protest, we are going to be there on the ground, keeping you updated for all these updates on the recruitment scam which has rocked the politics of Bengal. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
And it's a big boost for country's defense capabilities. India received the first lot of the 2 US-built MH-60R multi-role helicopters at the Cochin International Airport. The third helicopter is scheduled to be delivered in August this year. Remember, in 2020, India made an agreement with the United States government to procure 24 MH-60R multi-role helicopters.
United States looks at the start of a recession as the economy shrinks again in the second quarter. Moscow court fines social media giants including Spotify and Tinder for refusing to store users' data domestically. Battle against raging wildfires across Germany and Czech Republic on. Zelensky makes fresh appointments after sacking top ministers from the government.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Now viewers, getting you updates from the world of sports. A cricket tournament was organized for differently able players in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwang, aiming to bolster their confidence as they reach the national and international levels in sport. The organizer of the tournament said that he was ready to organize other activities as well if they wanted to do something else. India held an optional net session on the eve of their opening Group A match against Australia at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and only 6 players attended the session managed by coach Ramesh Pawar, with an all-rounder Radha Yadav and opener Shefali Verma among the notables at the Moseley Cricket Club.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
At least 30 children were allegedly given the COVID-19 vaccine using a single syringe at a school in Sagar in Madhya Pradesh. Now, the police officials have said that they have received a complaint and the district administration collected the children's blood samples for further investigation.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
The headlines at this hour: another incident of hate killing in Karnataka. Another youth brutally hacked to death in Mangaluru. Tensions simmer in Mangaluru as another youth is killed. Section 144 imposed until Saturday. After shameful sexism, Congress tries to brazen it out now, defends abuse of power in an even shocking justification. Bengal cash scam explodes after mega cash hauls. Now 4 of Arpita's cars go missing. BJP reminds Congress of how Rajnath Singh was summoned to Privileges Committee of Parliament in 2012. A day after Sonia allegedly loses her cool, Congress to now hold strategy meet in Parliament. It's day 2 of Prime Minister's Chennai visit. Colourful scenes play out as Chennai welcomes the Prime Minister in a grand welcome. Welcome to this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and at the very beginning we get you visuals of Union Minister Smriti Irani meeting President Draupadi Murmu. In a tweet, Smriti Irani had said, and I quote, "Had the privilege of calling upon the Honorable President of India, Draupadi Murmu ji." So these are visuals we are getting you Smriti Irani there meeting with President Draupadi Murmu. This comes in the backdrop of the huge controversy that erupted over comments made by Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, after which the BJP had demanded an apology. The Congress refusing to oblige, in fact, standing strong in its defiant stand that it was a slip of tongue. Now we are seeing Smriti Irani meeting President Draupadi Murmu. So those are visuals there of Smriti Irani meeting President Draupadi Murmu, even as the issue of the Congress making disparaging comments against the highest constitutional head of our country. Even as that issue continues to escalate, the Congress continues to remain defiant in its stand that it was just a slip of tongue. Piyush Mishra, to tell us more. Piyush, we are seeing visuals of Smriti Irani meeting President Draupadi Murmu. We are seeing it as a very significant meeting, coming as it is in the backdrop of that huge controversy that erupted over the comments made by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and then the Congress's subsequent stand.
Well, these are the pictures coming in from inside the office of President, where Union Minister Smriti Irani has just met with the President of India, and she has tweeted, and I quote, "had the privilege of calling upon the Honorable President of India, Draupadi Murmu ji, along with MOS Munshpara, who is also the minister in Modi cabinet and another one more leader." So this meeting has come in the wake of massive controversy which is already going on between BJP and Congress over the demeaning words that were used by the Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary yesterday. It was Smriti Irani who had led the entire charge. In fact, she first did the press conference and also raised the issue of Adhir Ranjan calling Rashtrapati as Rashtrapatni inside the parliament. In fact, the BJP MPs of women BJP MPs, in fact, had raised this issue. Smriti Irani had raised this issue in Lok Sabha and Nirmala Sitharaman in Rajya Sabha, that they had in fact also demanded answers from Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi. In fact, they were also seeking an apology from not only Sonia Gandhi but also from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. So today, Smriti Irani has gone and meet with President of India, Draupadi Murmu, along with her two other colleagues. Yesterday, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary had also said that he can apologize to President of India, and for the same purpose, he has also sought time to meet her day after tomorrow. He had said this yesterday, day after tomorrow, which means he was talking about tomorrow, 30th of June. Though as of now, there is no official information has been given to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary about his meeting with President. He is of the fact that he wants to go and apologize to the President of India, not to the BJP leaders. So massive controversy is taking place over this. Today also, the entire thing dropped the Parliament. Yesterday, Parliament could not function because of this statement given by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. In fact, Sonia Gandhi yesterday had said that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary had already apologized. We also heard about the heated exchange of words which took place between Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi, where Sonia Gandhi had allegedly...
Right. In fact, Piyush, all eyes on that meeting. We had heard about a meeting yesterday as well. The Congress continuing to remain defiant in its stand. Now, Smriti Irani meets the President. Many thanks, Piyush, for joining us there. And in other news, down south, H.D. Kumaraswamy has slammed the Karnataka Chief Minister over the case of hate killing in the state. In fact, there have been a series of such killings in Karnataka. And H.D. Kumaraswamy has tweeted, and I quote, "The home coast of education, banking, industry, creativity, entrepreneurship is now a killing spree. 3 murders in 10 days. This is proof that law and order and internal security in the state has completely collapsed." The third murder happened when the Chief Minister, B.S. Bommai, was in Mangalore. Meanwhile, CM Sahiba is leaving the district. Staying there and observing the situation, he did not have the courage to issue orders to kill the murderers. What is the reason for their impatience? Any pressure from invisible hands? So H.D. Kumaraswamy making some explosive statements, asking some questions there, which could escalate this issue, slamming P.S. Baswaraj Bommai. And Sagai Raj joining us to tell us more. Sagai, tell us more about what H.D. Kumaraswamy is saying. Is that the stand of his party? Is that the stand of the opposition in the state?
See, the opposition has hit out at a ruling government stating that they are not giving free hands to police to go ahead and catch these perpetrators. In fact, H.D. Kumaraswamy, the former Karnataka chief minister who had tweeted about this particular incident, has stated that there are invisible hands behind this particular communal incident which has been reported from Mangalore district. And he has also stated that police are not given a free hand to go ahead and investigate this particular thing. And he has also hit out at Karnataka government saying that the law and order situation in the state is deteriorating every single day. But the chief minister and the home minister are not acting on this particular issue. And even chief minister, when he was yesterday in Mangalore last night, this particular murder has been reported. And he has also raised the question of last 3 murders, one murder of Masood and thereafter Praveen and now Fazil. These 3 murders have happened, but the police are incompetent because of the BJP government in the state.
Right, it's one of the most severe, can we say, severe slammings of the state government, and he has asked a lot of pertinent questions. Sagai, we'll be coming back to you throughout the day for more. You keep your eyes on that story, but let's listen in to more reactions, to more comments to understand about the case.
See, yesterday at about 8:15 this incident has taken place. So after that our investigative teams and our technical teams have been working to trace the accused and possibly to find out who are the accused. So my larger presence here is to ensure that no further untoward incident take place, and we have requested all people who are associated in this area, who are publicly doing a lot of public personalities and also religious leaders, to ensure that no untoward incident is going to happen. So accordingly, now the body has reached masjid where the cremation is going to be done, and all across the commissionerate we have imposed 144 and strict bandobast is in place. Investigation part we are doing. Once we get some breakthrough, not revealing any details of investigation, to an extent of clarifying confusion and rumors which are spread among the region. So I am going to clarify that.
Sir, if you notice that recently an incident was being reported from Dakshin Kannada in Puttur where Praveen was murdered, and people are saying that probably that might be linked with this, where there is a revenge murder which might have taken place. And these are theories which are doing rounds on social media. What I have to say about that?
See, as commissioner of this jurisdiction, I am personally supervising both investigation and law and order aspect. Investigation, whoever is involved, from the last constable to ACP who is looking into the investigation part, constable to a rank of inspector who is looking into the technical aspects of it, analyzing the CCTV. Since yesterday, since 8 o'clock, it's been about 12-13 hours, our officers are continuously trying to find out who are the accused and what is the reason behind it. Lot of rumors are spread around by vested interest groups. I do not want to comment upon it. Once we get hold of accused and once we establish the reason why this incident has taken place, I'll clarify.
How many teams have been formed to capture this accused, as well as how many are being detained for questioning so far, sir?
See, since yesterday, as 144 was in place, and the Suratkal and nearby places are considered communally very sensitive, and a lot of social media hate is being spread. So our larger focus has been on ensuring the peace in this area. 2 to 3 of our teams, exactly, it's not like separate teams, a group of officers and a very good number of crime and special branch and technically sound people have been put to task. CCTV analysis and trying to get the information about.
So Mangaluru top cop, they're speaking with Republic, our correspondent Sagai Raj, and telling him that investigations are on, giving us latest details in the case, saying that, however, there is a fear being created by rumors spread by vested interests, and said that there's strict bandobast in order to ensure that law and order and peace is maintained in the area. And let's move on now to some more stories from across India. Grand welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi witnessed in Chennai today. Welcomed with dhols and dance. Chennai welcomed the Prime Minister ahead of his visit to the 42nd convocation of Anna University. In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament. Congress MP K. Suresh gives adjournment motion notice in Lok Sabha over war of words which unfolded between Union Minister Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi. Congress MP alleges that shocking attempts were made by BJP MPs, including Union Minister Smriti Irani, to threaten Sonia Gandhi. Amid flash floods in Himachal Pradesh, a link road was washed away in Kaza district. An estimated loss of 15 lakh rupees has been incurred, and the Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority has urged the district administration to take stock of the situation. And breaking news coming in now amid all the uproar over Congress's insult to President Draupadi Murmu. Home Minister Amit Shah meets the President Murmu, and that's the latest detail coming in. Latest updates now. We're trying to get more details on this. A very significant meeting coming as it does in the backdrop of that escalating war of words between the Congress and the BJP over the Congress's disparaging remarks against Draupadi Murmu and its subsequent refusal to oblige. Now you can see those visuals of the Home Minister Amit Shah meeting President Draupadi Murmu. So Home Minister Amit Shah meeting President Draupadi Murmu. Earlier we had shown you those visuals of Union Minister Smriti Irani meeting Draupadi Murmu. Home Minister Amit Shah meeting Draupadi Murmu. That's the news we are getting right now. A very significant meeting coming as it does. Almost immediately. It's the first meeting, can we say, after. Joining us is Niranjan. Niranjan, two very significant meetings back to back. First, we saw Union Minister Smriti Irani paying that courtesy call, can we say, to President Murmu, and now Home Minister Amit Shah. Even as it comes in the backdrop of those disparaging remarks, the war of words between the Congress and the BJP over Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's remarks.
Yeah, I think this is the imagery. You see the imagery. You have the Home Minister meeting the President. You have Smriti Irani, who's just met the President. And you have Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who was seen walking in with Sonia Gandhi into the Parliament, hasn't met the President, hasn't apologized yet. So I think it's very clear. And the Congress party, it appears, they want to sort of brazen it out, because they're taking it, they're sort of, giving it another twist by saying that it's the BJP that is getting aggressive, and they want the BJP to apologize. They claim that Sonia Gandhi was offended, Sonia Gandhi was misbehaved with, etc. But what, people who were there, BJP MPs, when it happened, they have a different version to say about what happened on the floor of the House. So this is the update that we have. I mean, you have Home Minister meeting Murmu, you have the Irani meeting Murmu, but so far the Congress party, apart from seeking time, not sure that they have met the President or even made attempts to meet the President. We are told that they were trying to seek time. Whether officially they have sought time is something that we will have to see, because when asked the question, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress party said that if he has time, he will meet the NCW, etc. So this is where the story stands. Handing it back to you for now. We keep a close watch on the development.
Right, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary says that he will be meeting and he will be apologizing to the president. That's the last we had heard, although the party says he's already apologized, Niranjan. What about that aspect of, could you touch upon that a little bit more?
Rukma, you go back and check the comment that was made, right? I mean, it appears deliberate. He says it twice, not once. He says it twice. And they want to maybe give the impression that it's an accident. But the first time he was asked that question yesterday, he wasn't willing to apologize. He wasn't ready to apologize. He wasn't willing to apologize. And he said, why should I apologize? That was his first response. And then later, when he came under intense pressure, that is when he decided to sort of, at least say that, okay, I will try and seek time, etc. So that's been the response of the Congress party. With their backs to the wall. Perhaps Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary even said that he would seek time to go and meet her. And he said, if she's offended, he says, if she feels offended, I will apologize to her. I mean, there's a limit to it. If you're really apologetic, you should have apologized in public.
Right.
Yes, and apologized in public. And that's where it stands.
Right. Many thanks, Niranjan, for joining us there and for that perspective. And it's time now for a short break. We are talking about how Smriti Irani and Home Minister Amit Shah have met the president. This comes in the backdrop of the escalating tensions between the Congress and the BJP over the latter's remarks and subsequent refusal to apologize as far as remarks made against the constitutional head of the country are concerned. Moving on now to other news stories. Coming up in a short while, Home Minister Amit Shah meets with President Draupadi Murmu. United States looks at the start of a recession as the economy shrinks again in the second quarter. Moscow court fines the social media giants including Spotify and Tinder for refusing to store users' data domestically. Battle against raging wildfires across Germany and Czech Republic on. Zelensky makes fresh appointments after sacking top ministers from the government.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
And it's a big boost for country's defense capabilities. India received the first lot of the 2 US-built MH-60R multi-role helicopters at the Cochin International Airport. The third helicopter is scheduled to be delivered in August this year. Remember, in 2020, India made an agreement with the United States government to procure 24 MH-60R multi-role helicopters.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Now viewers, getting you updates from the world of sports. A cricket tournament was organized for differently able players in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwang, aiming to bolster their confidence as they reach the national and international levels in sport. The organizer of the tournament said that he was ready to organize other activities as well if they wanted to do something else. India held an optional net session on the eve of their opening Group A match against Australia at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and only 6 players attended the session managed by coach Ramesh Pawar, with an all-rounder Radha Yadav and opener Shefali Verma among the notables at the Moseley Cricket Club.
Wherever you are, whenever the Department of Higher Education and School Education, Government of West Bengal, which has details of who these illegal recruits were.
The enforcement director says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped.
Papers with the recommendation of candidates, appointment and transfer letters, admit cards, aid Arpita was perhaps in some way trying to push the recommendations. ED team raiding Arpita's flats, and while one of her flats were being raided, came the recovery of wards and mountains of cash.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and getting you a breaking development now, an update on the OPS-EPS dispute in the AIA-DMK down south. No relief for O. Selvam currently from the Apex Court. The Supreme Court has refused to stay the July 11 General Assembly's decision to expel O. Selvam from the AIA-DMK. The decision that was taken by EPS when he was made the single supreme head of the AIA-DMK. However, the Supreme Court has ordered that the status quo will be maintained in the matter from today till the High Court is heard. The Supreme Court has again sent the matter to the Madras High Court, asking the High Court to decide the matter afresh in 3 weeks. So, new update in the OPS versus EPS battle, which continues despite the fact that O. Selvam has been expelled from the AIA-DMK. All his positions in the party he was stripped of all positions and expelled just a few days ago. Now, clearly, he's been to the Supreme Court, the Apex Court, sending back the matter to be heard by the Madras High Court again. We are trying to understand what this means. No relief for O. Selvam from the Supreme Court either. Expelled from the party. What does this mean for the veteran AIA-DMK leader who was once regarded as the heir to AIA-DMK Supremo Jayalalitha?
Well, the OPS and EPS tussle that's been going on for a long time now has definitely intensified with now Supreme.
At least children were allegedly given the COVID-19 vaccine using a single syringe at a school in Sagar in Madhya Pradesh. Now, the police officials have said that they have received a complaint and the district administration collected the children's blood samples for further investigation. A school teacher was reportedly suspended from her job after a video of her entering a flooded school by climbing over plastic chairs held by students went viral on the social media. In the video, a group of children could be seen walking through water to place.
Britain's Prince Charles met with the Commonwealth Games athletes before the event's opening ceremony, and he greeted and spoke with them at the athletes' village where the competitors are staying during the Games. The German national team trained at their Euro 2022 final team base for the first time ahead of Sunday's match against the hosts England at London's Wembley Stadium. The last time England and Germany met at a Euros final was in Helsinki in 2009 when the Germans won 6-2. FC Barcelona and Sevilla reached an agreement for Chelsea target Jules Koundé, and the French international is scheduled to join Barcelona for a reported €50 million.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
And it's a big boost for country's defense capabilities. India received the first lot of the 2 US-built MH-60R multi-role helicopters at the Cochin International Airport. The third helicopter is scheduled to be delivered in August this year. Remember, in 2020, India made an agreement with the United States government to procure 24 MH-60R multi-role helicopters.
United States looks at the start of a recession as the economy shrinks again in the second quarter. Moscow court finds the social media giants include
Big breaking news! It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
Another gruesome murder in Karnataka. A youth is brutally hacked to death in Bengaluru. Tensions simmer in Mangaluru as another person is killed. Section 144 is imposed until Saturday. Stunning twist in the Bengal cash scam. After mega cash holds, now 4 of Arpita Mukherjee's luxury cars go missing. After shameful sexism, the Congress tries to brazen it out now, defends abuse of power in an even shocking justification. Amidst the Congress's sexual insults, Smriti Irani and Amit Shah meet President Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. A day after Sonia Gandhi allegedly lost her cool, the Congress is to hold a strategy meeting in Parliament. Good afternoon and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Sureen. Straight away on to news that's just coming in. We're now learning that amid the uproar of the Congress's insult to the President of India, Home Minister Amit Shah is currently meeting the President, Draupadi Murmu. Those are pictures that are on your screen. They have been tweeted by the Union Home Ministry. This, of course, is the customary meeting that takes place when a new president takes oath in the country. Draupadi Murmu, of course, took oath on the 25th of July. So earlier on, of course, we also had Smriti Irani meeting the president.
नारा लगाने वाले हमारे हिंदुस्तान के सबसे बड़ा मुखिया, वो तो कम से कम आए और अपने गिरवान में झांक कर देखे। लेकिन दादा वो सोनिया गांधी पर कहने का बहुत
सरकार की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि सोनिया गांधी माफी मांग रही हैं। आप कह रहे हैं कि सोनिया गांधी के साथ जो व्यवहार हुआ उसके लिए मंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री माफी मांगे, तो हाउस नहीं चल पा रहा है। ये डेडलॉक कब खत्म है?
देखिए, ये परंपरा कभी पार्लियामेंट में थी नहीं। ये परंपरा आज सत्ताधारियों ने, भाजपाइयों ने शुरू की है। आज लोकतंत्र की अदालत को बिल्कुल तार तार किया है। जिस अपमानजनक तरीके से अभद्र व्यवहार एक कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर स्मृति ईरानी का,
All right, so those are comments that are coming in from opposition leaders. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, of course, continues to maintain that this was a slip of the tongue, essentially, and we are yet to get a reaction from the Congress President Sonia Gandhi. Now, this, of course, relates to what we saw in Parliament yesterday with ruckus created in both houses of Parliament. There were, of course, very fiery speeches that were also made in Parliament. Smriti Irani as well as Nirmala Sitharaman in the Rajya Sabha had asked the Congress party to come out and apologize for the comment that was made by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Do remember that veteran Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has had called the President Rashtrapatni, and therefore after that we saw an uproar from the BJP asking for him as well as Mrs. Gandhi to both apologize. But it did not end there. There were unruly scenes in both houses of Parliament thereafter, and they were adjourned. This morning, of course, we are seeing pictures also of various union ministers meeting the President, Draupadi Murmu. Of course, it is customary for union ministers to go and meet the President after a new President is sworn in. Draupadi Murmu was sworn in on the 25th of July. Those have been tweeted by the Rashtrapati's office.
की अनुमति से आज की कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 10 पर अंकित दस्तावेज भगवत गुबा जी के नाम के जो आगे अंकित है, मैं सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ। 11 डॉक्टर भारती प्रवीण जी।
Honorable sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House paper mentioned against my name at serial number 11.
आइटम नंबर 12 श्री मेघवाल जी। धन्यवाद सभापति जी, आपकी अनुमति से क्रम संख्या 12 पर जो विश्वेश्वर टुडू और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति के नाम के अंकित दस्तावेज है वो सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ। आइटम नंबर 13 डॉक्टर मुंजुपरा महेंद्र भाई जी।
Honorable Speaker sir, with your kind permission, I wish to lay on the table of the House papers mentioned serial number 13 against my name in today's revised list of business. Thank you.
14 महासचिव महोदय।
Sir, I have to report a message from Rajya Sabha that Rajya Sabha has elected one member to associate with the Committee on the Welfare of Other Backward Classes.
नंबर 15 श्री अजय टमटा जी।
अनुसूचित जातियों और अनुसूचित जनजाति के कल्याण समिति समिति की 21 अप्रैल 2022 से 26 अप्रैल 2022 तक अगाटी, कोची, कुर्ग और बेंगलोर के अध्ययन दौरे संबंधी प्रतिवेदन की एक प्रति हिंदी और अंग्रेजी संस्करण सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
वरण महतो जी। आज मैं कार्यसूची क्रम संख्या 16 पर मेरे नाम के समक्ष सूचीबद्ध विभाग संबंधी उद्योग संबंधी संसदीय स्थायी समिति का 317वां प्रतिवेदन एक प्रति सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
श्री अंजुराम मेघवाल जी।
Honorable Chairperson sir, with your permission I want to make a statement regarding the status of implementation of the recommendation observation content in the 315th report of the Department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Transport, Tourism and Culture on demand for grant 2022-23 pertaining to the Ministry of Culture. Thank you.
Item number 18, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji.
So, Chairperson sir, with your kind permission, on behalf of Shri Bhagwat Kuba, I want to make the following statement regarding the status of implementation of the recommendation observation content in 9th report of the Standing Committee on Chemical and Fertilizer on action taken by the government on the recommendation observation content in the 2nd report of the Committee on Demand for Grant 2019-22 pertaining to the Department of Chemical and Petrochemical, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer. Thank you.
Number 19, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji.
Thank you, Chairperson sir. I want to make the statement regarding the government business for the week commencing the 1st August 2022.
सीएम 377 के अधीन मामले जिन माननीय सदस्यों के स्वीकृत हुए हैं वो कृपया सभा पटल पर रख दें। कृपया शांत हो जाइए, कृपया अपनी सीट पर वापस जाइए, कृपया सदन की कार्यवाही चलने दीजिए। सभा की कार्यवाही सोमवार दिनांक 1 अगस्त 2022 को प्रातः 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, so I think both houses of parliament have been adjourned till 11 o'clock on Monday. We have, of course, we are continuing to see these disruptions in parliament thereafter. Both houses of parliament now being adjourned till Monday, 11 o'clock in the morning. And this, of course, has been the monsoon session's trend, really. There were about 27 bills that were to be approved in this session. However, we've not really seen much business being transacted because of the adjournments as well as the suspensions that we are seeing in parliament. Currently, of course, the controversy that we are seeing in both houses of parliament revolves around the Congress leader Adhir Ranjan making those remarks against the president of the country. The chorus in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha has been for him to apologize. Mrs. Gandhi also, there is a demand from the BJP that she also must apologize. But so far, of course, both leaders are standing their ground. And thereafter, there was some business that was listed to be transacted in both houses of parliament. But Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha both again being adjourned till about Monday. In fact, earlier on, we saw the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi, in fact, releasing a statement where he also said that the Union Minister must apologize. Now, even as we are continuing to see ruckus in both houses of parliament, we were earlier given to understand that the Congress party will also be holding a meeting in parliament to strategize for the monsoon session of parliament. The Congress party, of course, has been protesting both inside and outside of parliament. We've seen this relay protest that's been going on for about 50 hours now. That's at Vijay Chowk with various MPs who've been suspended, 27 in number to be exact, protesting at Vijay Chowk.
अंतर देखा कांग्रेस और भाजपा में। कांग्रेस के अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी ने मीडिया के सामने अगर उनसे अशब्द बोला गया तो उन्होंने माफ़ी मांगी। वो महामुहिम राष्ट्रपति जी से मिलने के लिए उन्होंने अपॉइंटमेंट की दरखास्त दी ताकि वो क्षमा मांग पाए। पर अंदर ये दो शब्द कहने के लिए भाजपा उनको अवसर ही नहीं दे रही। क्यों नहीं दे रही? क्योंकि भाजपा के टारगेट निशाने पर है श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी। पहले ईडी के द्वारा उनको हरास किया गया, अब सदन के अंदर भी अमर्यादित व्यवहार उनके साथ किया जा रहा है ताकि भाजपा के ऊपर जो आला कमान शहंशाह बैठे हुए हैं वो इस प्रकार से व्यवहार से प्रसन्न होते हैं, क्योंकि स्वयं उन्होंने ऐसे घिनौने काफी शब्द सोनिया गांधी जी के प्रति इतिहास में उन्होंने कहा है। तो देश को आज फर्क पता चल गया है कि अधीर रंजन चौधरी कांग्रेस पार्टी राष्ट्रपति के प्रति सम्मान जताते हुए क्षमा मांगते हैं, लेकिन भाजपा आज भी सोनिया गांधी जी के प्रति जो अमानवीय